we talk about space, winning space, to make sure you're part of the program. RJ Heath, as I was mentioning to Dr. Sky, we're going to be in Sedona, Arizona.
Dr. Sky, yours?
Sedona Performing Arts Center for our live stage show. Among the guests will be Billy Carson, Dr. Sky, a special panel. I'll do some singing, not quite like Doris Day, but I'll do what I can. And we'll have some fun. But come on out to Sedona. It's my first time there, by the way. If you've never been there, they tell us we're really missing something. So come on out and have some fun. My daughter Christy's going to be coming up. And she's bringing her fiancé, so I may have her stand to the crowd. And I'm really proud of her, by the way, because she's going to be the night before Sedona. She's going to be in Los Angeles at her movie debut, which is called Body, Mind, and Spirit. And she's looking forward to it. So I'll tell you, it's a horror. They dressed her up like a ghost beyond anything I've ever seen. What they're talking about. But so she's going to be on the Savannah Cruise Ship. Come on by. And then in May 27th, we're going to be at the Dolls near Portland, 70 miles east of Portland, for another live stage show. Full information in the highlight. How to get your tickets at coasttocoast.com. And of course, this is something for you to build up your needs.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Way bring 4 decades of natural
Yeah.
products to this
Because you're going to be famous, Doc.
keep your body stem cells. Choose Dr. Way to help.
Whether physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and creating the body heal itself. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to do. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation. And can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of any stem and adaptogen together, supporting the body to heal what it needs.
Dr. Miller, how will I feel after taking this adaptogen in the stem?
Doing this thing is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptogen on with it, and most of the feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Miller protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with adaptogen and Immunostem and your free kit to relax is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George is Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
2023 is off to a turbulent start, and the U.S. broke through the $31.4 trillion debt ceiling in January, but no slowing on spending. It's times like these that you want to have physical gold and silver on hand. You can buy it at bullionmax.com/coach. Go to bullionmax.com/coach. Silver starter kit. Get 6 ounces of solid silver, including a limited vintage Aztec calendar coin. Something Bullion Max and I set up for Coach listeners. bullionmax.com/coach. Marvelous Entertainment and Uncle Margaret Sunderland have released the newest in action-adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggott's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels at the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com.
Real people, real food. I had a cute eczema. I had tried every cream and ungrateful chicken in action for 3 years ago. So I started taking the carnivore, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Look, developed this one problem. I took chemotherapy for 6 months. We started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I tried carnivore. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling did. Then I took them to the vet and checked out, and there was no signs at all inside. My dad had issues, but developed into height, so my vet and said, you know what, let's go ahead and remove the I. Now the carnivore advertising. So I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests. I kid you not, this product saved his eye.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
Hey, welcome back to Coast Story with Brandon Lightfoot. We're going to take over with Brandon next hour here on Coast to Coast. Brandon, the Trump era Space Force. What's going on? We don't hear too much about that. Yeah, so unfortunately, it started out as a great idea. The time was long overdue, but it got mired initially in sort of the divisive politics of the Trump era, where anything the former president said, at least half of the people in D.C. didn't want to do just because he said it. And even though that in this case, Space Force is something that pretty much everybody in D.C. has been talking about since at least the year 2000, but never got off the ground, to use a horrible pun. And then when it did finally get going, of course, it faced a lot of bureaucratic inertia for various reasons. There's a lot of skepticism about its mission. In fact, there's a lot of uncertainty about its mission. In the book that I wrote in Space, I outlined what its mission should be, which is one of space dominance. The United States relies most significantly than any other country right now on space, notably satellites, for its most basic functions, both military and civilian. And so in the book, I argue that those satellites are actually not just a strategic advantage, but they're not well defended. And in the case of China and Russia, they have developed a sort of counter-space capability, that is the ability to attack those vulnerable satellites, those vitally vulnerable satellites, and to basically render us deaf, dumb, and blind if conflict were to occur. And so what I was saying, what I've been saying for years, is that the Pentagon with Space Force could make the idea of space dominance the mission of the United States Space Force, that we will protect and defend those satellites that we have up there. We will make them more survivable the next generation. Maybe add them in on Elon Musk's Starlink system. That's what we need to make them more survivable. And at the same time, we need to expand our military and commercial footprint in space. We need to do it as an American mission, because the Chinese are already doing it as a Chinese military mission. In fact, the Chinese in 2019, the head of their lunar program, he explicitly said that the Chinese government views the universe as an ocean, they view the moon as the South China Sea, and they view Mars as Guangwan Island, which is near the Philippines. It's a protected island the Chinese have been claiming from the Philippines. It's a big problem right now. And when I heard that, that was sort of one of the genesis of the book, is that our enemies, our rivals, are thinking about space in very old-school geopolitical terms. There's a lot of resources out there. There's a lot of, business opportunities. There's a lot of, room for expansion. And the Chinese government is talking about it in very nationalistic, militaristic terms. Meanwhile, we are very dependent on space right now, and we don't really do a lot to defend our systems. And they've been made vulnerable over the years because we sort of ignore it at our own peril. Our enemies know that. And so what I would love to see in the Space Force is for them to actually not just take space more seriously, but to kind of take a more forward-leaning approach to space, a more innovative approach. And sadly, right now, Space Force is the least well-funded branch of the military. I argue it's the most important, because if there is going to be a world war, and we are teetering very close to it, before nukes are ever involved, our enemies are going to be using space-based attacks and cyber attacks together to try to nullify the American threat to them, the military threat to them. So we need to be much more serious, and unfortunately, Space Force is a great idea, but it's not being executed very well because of petty politics in D.C. I was a kid during the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, but I remember how tense my parents' faces were whenever we saw this thing and still far away. But we had space people. We had Kennedy, we flew shot outside, and they knew that this was a huge problem. Right? Nobody wanted to launch nukes against each other. Now I'm not sure. Now I think they're not. They're all nuts. Well, that is increasingly so. I have since been, my time in my consultant with the Pentagon has since been reduced because I've offended some people in D.C. because I basically said what you just said to their faces, which is that we should be really ratcheting down a lot of the tension. I mean, I don't like what Russia's doing in Ukraine, but at the same time, this is not worth a nuclear war. And for the Russians, and I'm certainly not taking up for them, but for the Russians, Ukraine is their Cuba. And Kennedy didn't want to go to nuclear war with Cuba, but at the same time, he's not going to let the Russians keep nuclear weapons in Cuba. And it's similar where Putin is viewing Ukraine as an existential component of Russia's defensive perimeter, and he views NATO as violating that. And if you view it that way, if you're a Russian leader, you are going to go all the way up the escalation ladder, even risking nuclear war, certainly risking a space war. And by the way, the United States right now, I don't think can win a space war. And if we lose the space war, we're going to lose the other domains as well in conflict. And so, we don't have statesmen anymore on either side, and you're completely correct. And that's the real tragedy. That's what I've been writing about a lot. I have a column at the Asian Times where I have an op-ed there that I write every week. And basically the last 6 or 7 pieces I've just been ripping the leaders in both parties where we're not engaged anymore in the kind of statesmanship, which is the right word to use here, to avoid a nuclear world war that really doesn't benefit anybody. Nobody's going to win that. And we need to avoid that. And one of the things that I think Space Force can help us do is actually to add to that layer of deterrence. That's what we used to try to do, is add to deterrence to deter our enemies from trying to use these radical technologies, these radical unconventional strategies to try to beat us to the kind of place from the blue gas. We need to start taking our defense more seriously, and we're not doing it. We're doing the wrong things, and we have the wrong people in power. And I don't want to cast aspersions here, but I'm worried they're going to get us all killed at this rate. If they don't, no, you're right. You're right. And why can't people just get along? Why can't we build a planet? Well, it's funny. I'm very critical of the former president, but I give him a lot of props for Space Force and for a couple of things he did. But the one thing he did in his own kind of weird way, he's this very, braggadocious, very sort of militant guy, in person. And yet, he was able to avoid getting the United States into any new wars. And so maybe we can take whatever formula he was using and apply it to maybe another leader that maybe is less, confrontational, one-on-one. But the fact of the matter is, we could use some of the peace that we had for 4 years internationally under Trump. We could use that all the time. And, really replicate that and scale that up to both parties because the current group that we have, they just seem really intransigent and they're really committed to this idea that we have to risk nuclear war with Russia. And that defies 60 years of history with the Russians. We were in an actual Cold War with them, and we avoided nuclear war at least 3 or 4 times because we had the right people in power in both the United States and the Soviet Union who recognized that this is not the way to go. We've got to find a better way. And unfortunately, we just don't have that right now, and that's the scary part. And what about China? It's scary there, too. It's very scary there because, the difference is I actually think the Russians can be contained and actually dealt with in a sane manner, as long as we're not pushing them in Ukraine. Whereas the Chinese, they're very much a revolting power. Xi Jinping, I have another book coming out called Biohack. It's all about China's biotech sector and their bioweapons program. I am convinced that COVID-19 did come from the lab, and I actually started to think that it was purposeful. It was not designed to kill all Americans. It was designed to destabilize U.S. culture and to make us weak internally so that the Chinese could then expand globally. And if you look at since 2019, what's gone on, China is on the warpath right now. They are expanding steadily, and for all the talk about how Wall Street is supposedly pulling out, that's not the case. Our investment bankers are going full-throated investing into China ever since they reopened. And so, China is a different animal than Russia, but the real concern should be that our policy with Russia and Ukraine is going to drive a dying Russia into the waiting arms of a growing China. And the resources of Russia married to the technology and the money and the geopolitical ambitions of Chinese leaders, that's a real nightmare scenario. That's something that the United States has never had to contend with. And it's a scenario, sadly, I don't think the United States will win, so we should be trying to avert a world war, avoid a world war at all costs, do a deal with Russia over Ukraine, and then get everybody to focus on China, try to contain them, and if we can do a deal, maybe do a deal with them, but you got to contain them first, because they think they can take the world by 2049, and that's a scary thing.
And they got their eyes on Taiwan in a big way.
They do, and they have it on the moon. I mean, remember that quote I told you? They look at the moon as the South China Sea. Yeah. What are they doing in the South China Sea? All these illegal island reclamation projects. They're building these anti-aerial defense systems there that are designed to sink our aircraft carriers and to harass independent shipping in the region, all to assert Chinese dominance over what should be international waters. They're going to do that in space. And so for everybody who's worried about the militarization of space, I have to, and I say this in the book, I don't like it either, but it wasn't the United States who weaponized space and militarizing it. It's actually China and Russia with these counter-space weapons and these dual-use systems, which is systems that can be used for peaceful purposes, but can easily be converted into military purposes in a war. And the Chinese are the masters of that. The Russians are too. But the Chinese are really ahead of us on this, and we don't have adequate defenses in space. And so if we lose the strategic high ground in space, we're going to lose everywhere else. And by the way, if you invest in space big time, you get a lot of technological spin-offs. Just look at our investment into NASA, all the ancillary technology that we were able to develop from that. You were mentioning AI with another guest earlier, I heard. Think of the advances we could make in artificial intelligence if we do more longer-range space missions, because we're going to use artificial intelligence before we send any human out. That's an ability that we could really perfect, that AI capability, and then we can apply it on Earth. And the Chinese are doing that as well, what they want to do, and except everything they're doing is explicitly under the imprimatur of the People's Liberation Army, which is their military, which is the really scary thing when we talk about China.
And how does Vladimir look at the faces of the talents of the 150,000 Russian troops?
I think on one hand, he doesn't care, and I think on the other hand, he is trying to play to this sort of typical Russian strongman. I was pushed into this by the foreign invaders, and I'm trying to prevent the breakup of Russia. We don't want to have a repeat of our history where the Mongols took us over, and I have to be strong, and your children have to be sacrificed to save Mother Russia, because this is an existential fight. And this is what we're talking about. I do watch Russian programs. I do try to see what they're talking about when I can. It's very hard to do that now because we've really cut that off, access to it off in the West, but I do get access to it sometimes. And this is what he and his acolytes are saying, and a lot of the Russians are believing. We were all saying 6 8
Well, they're not going to criticize them if they go to the Google.
That's part of it as well. Certainly part of it as well, but there is a strain of conservative Russian people who are saying, you know what, we may not like the war, but it's Mother Russia at stake now. NATO is right on our doorstep. They've been moving closer to our doorstep ever since the fall of the Soviet Union. They mean war, and we're just going to take our licks and we'll throw our people into the meat grinder because we have to preserve Mother Russia, and they're buying into it. It's not a majority, but it's enough Russians that prevents Putin from being overthrown. 6 days months ago, it looked like he was going to get overthrown. Now he's pretty strong, and we're going to have to live with him for a little bit longer. He's old, so maybe he'll die of old age the next decade, but until then,
You might want to watch his back. You might want to watch his back.
you're right. But another thing is, if his replacement comes along, I don't think it's going to be a good little Democrat. I think it's going to be even nastier, because the most organized group against Putin is actually the very extreme far-right militant type, represented by Alexander Dugin, which is one of the reasons why Dugin's daughter may have been murdered by Russian security service. Dugin's one of the members is because he was organizing an anti-Putin move from the far right in Russia, which is usually Putin's base. And so, we need to be very careful if we're hoping for Putin to get overthrown. The guy that follows him might be even worse.
Why didn't we invite Putin into NATO?
Well, remember, Putin had asked Bill Clinton, when Bill Clinton was last year in office,
Putin met with Bill Clinton and made that comment. He said, if this is not an anti-Russian alliance, I'll take you at your word, but then why don't you incorporate Russia into it? Now, at the time, all the NATO lovers laughed because they're still living in the Cold War. But that would have been an excellent idea because we would have then had from Vladivostok all the way to Lisbon, we would have had basically a highway, and we could have contained China from the north. But we weren't thinking like that at the time. We were thinking like it was still 1979 rather than 1999, and now here we are in 2023 on the brink of nuclear war. Speaking of avoidable nuclear war, world war with Russia, but that would have been a wonderful way. Or another solution was, why don't we disband NATO and then make the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the OSCE, why don't we make that the new security paradigm? Russia's already a part of that. It'll be the United States and Russia, the big dogs, and then Europe would be sort of involved as partners as well. And then do a Eurasian-wide security alliance. A lot of that died. The arrogance of Western leaders didn't want to entertain that because they were still stuck in the way things used to be during the Cold War.
Brendan, up next, we're going to take phone calls with our incredible listeners for you, so stick around and we will be back in a moment. Coast to Coast, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
Honey, is that car still in warranty?
No, not anymore.
Oh, sister, she's got an extended service plan for Ox Car Care. Ox Car Care? Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs. Ox gets a fixed price, free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance. What's the number?
800-301-4089. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A-plus rating with a better business deal. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now. 800-301-4089.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-301-4089. Ask about senior or military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-301-4089. I'm second best in episodes because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancreatase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosis cardiomyopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or swelling or thickening of your bowel walls. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and only with food. Do not take capsules or discount mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit CreonInfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com. Your smart device is making jokes and weather reports. Tell your smart device to play AFI AM Victoria.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Out of control, up in the air. I'm Amy King in the KSI 24-hour newsroom. A man on a United flight from LA to Boston has been arrested for allegedly trying to open the plane's emergency exit door mid-flight, smacking a flight attendant. 45 minutes before touchdown yesterday, a flight attendant confronted Francisco Torres, removing the emergency door handle to an unlocked position.
Court records said Torres then rose from his seat and flight attendant with a metal spoon.
Aaron Paczynski, the passenger, tackled the guy who was arrested when the plane landed in Boston. Torres is facing federal charges of interfering with a flight crew and quicksand. The rest of his life in prison. Nearly a foot and a half of snow fallen in the Sierra Nevada over a 24-hour period. ABC's Brian Clark says that's enough to break the record for the most snowfall in a single season.
This winter sees 48.33 feet of snow in these mountains, breaking the old record set in 2017.
Clark says the Sierras have had 16 feet of new snow in the last 2 weeks. The National Weather Service says that another storm is expected to move in later this week. Arnold Schwarzenegger posted a 12-minute video on YouTube telling anti-Semites and other racist hate groups to stop going down the path of hate. He says he understands how people can turn to hate, but they should rise above it.
There's never been a successful movement based on hate. And then think about that. The Nazis, losers. The Confederacy, losers. The apartheid movement, losers. And the list goes on and on.
He says no matter how far hateful people have gone, he wants them to know they still have a chance to choose a life of strength. Girl Scouts of America has asked people to stop selling their cookies on eBay. It says it takes pride teaching young women about entrepreneurship and is disappointed to learn people are reselling cookies online. Raspberry rallies, which are raspberry infused cream cookies, have become very popular online. They're sold for $5 on the Girl Scout website, but third parties sell them for up to $100. eBay says selling Girl Scout cookies does not violate policy. Press on Reddit and verify to park tomorrow morning, starting in the afternoon. I run 60 of abuses, next for running in the tea. This is still a 60s from Valley tonight, 40s and 50s, and then Los Angeles. Partly cloudy with highs between 50s to low 60s Wednesday. It warms up a little bit on Thursday, and 50% chance of rain Friday. 52 in Fullerton, 44 rain for Santa Margarita, 47 in Pasadena, 49 in Santa Monica. We lead local and KFI 24-hour newsroom on NBC.
This is Woodland Hills, Thursday myself. It's Salt 101 southbound from Savannah Canyon to Havenhurst. Caltrain has the deep left lane shut down for road work until 6. And in South LA, we have good news. Earlier crash on the 110 southbound at Vernon Avenue has been cleared for lanes. Your drive is recovering in that area. Irwindale, this is on the 210 eastbound right before Vernon. Cleaned up through from an earlier crash on the right shoulder. Watch for the lanes. KFI helps get you there faster up Iron Bay. Spring travel season is almost here, and whether you're planning to jet off to Japan or cruise around Greece, don't forget to add language learning to your itinerary. The Rosetta Stone app will transform the way you travel. Learn useful words and phrases that will not only help you get around more easily, but also have more meaningful experiences with the new people and places you'll discover. Through March 22nd, get 40% off a lifetime subscription to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages. Purchase today at rosettastone.com. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Don't be impressed when you hear someone settle their case for what may seem like lots of money. $500,000 seems like lots of money until you learn and lost a leg, brain injury, or were paralyzed and can never work. All law firms are not. To see what your case may be worth, go to courtpeople.com and look at our verdicts and settlements for cases just like yours. Look before you leave. How the law goes. Visit courtpeople.com for it all.
What's for dinner, brothers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding food should appear diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stool. It may not be just stomach issue. It could be EPI, or extrapancreatic insufficiency. EPI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't produce enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But EPI can be managed. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by ROTHSCHILD.
Attorney Joe Cordell. Divorce court is a process focused on what's most important. His children. You may no longer be a husband, but you'll always be a dad. In the divorce process, it comes down to 3 key concerns: physical custody, decision making, as well as financial support. Each of these is important. It's important that you choose a lawyer that cares as much about these issues as you do. 1455 Crazy Road, Suite 1050, San Diego, California, 92108. CordellHotel.com.
I never chose to become a gambler. What I did was to get help from a professional counselor.
For no cost and no addiction insurance, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text support to 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, sweating breaths, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all matter? If you have heart failure and any or seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture.
I'm Joe, like,
You
no,
need
Joe.
to have a transplant-ready amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor's nurse. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. Connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The people in prison committed the crimes, period. And that's all that matters. Their color, their ethnicity doesn't matter. They committed the crimes. And gangs are in the business of crime. So they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the IR radio app. And Mike Diamond Plumbing, resell good. Show up on time or your house call is free. MikeDiamond.com. KFI AM 640. To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use
It's required every 10 years by the Constitution.
Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. In this hour with Brendan Whiteford, we will take your phone calls as we talk about what you've been with us talking about, space and issues at home. His book is called Winning Space, and we'll be back with you and your calls in a moment. Coast to Coast AM. Well, if you're tired of censorship, here's the latest. David Horowitz, that famed author and thinker, just posted a video about some irregularities that he believes, and his video was banned on social network. In his bestseller, The Time of Battle, David will be warning America that big tech and their social media are destroying America and threatening our freedom. Horowitz says these companies control the information flow, and they censor your news. In the final battle, Horowitz also warns that a group of secret players are working quietly to change America. Mike Huckabee says you must get his book. Newsmax calls Final Battle the book of the year. Get Final Battle in bookstores. You check out the free offer and save $28 when you do that. Call this toll-free number, 1-800-NEWSMAX. That's 1-800-NEWSMAX, or go to finalbattle611.com. It's finalbattle611.com to get your free copy.
I don't know too much about them, but
Just southwest of Fort Worth, located along the Chillicothe Ridge and surrounded by 17 miles of Brazos River frontage, is one of the most stunning and amenity-rich communities in Texas. The Todd Plantation, new home sites for just $69. Live every day like you're on vacation. They have golf courses, pools, country clubs, sports clubs, and marina, and so much more for under $200 a month. Schedule your virtual viewing online. FortWorthLandSales.com. That's FortWorthLandSales.com. Or just click on 844-LAND-123.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Angie, you can cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need. Indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign, and we handle the rest. Send in the top pros to get it done. You don't have to lift a finger, except to tap the screen or click your mouse. Plus, Angie is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
And welcome back to to enjoy with you, Brendan White, with us. Brendan, tell us about 1945.com.
Yes, thank you. It's a publication. Originally, it was only foreign policy, but they are now expanding. They get about 100 million clicks a day. Going into domestic policy, they're going into the 2024 presidential campaign, looking at it from both sides. It's one of the few truly bipartisan websites. We have an equal number of left-leaning people, right-leaning people. Obviously, I'm more on the right, but they just made me a senior editor about 5 days ago, and it's been really exciting to be a part of this. It's a really up-and-coming publication. They got some really unique insights, particularly about the Ukraine war. We were talking about that, before the break. I'm on more toward the side that unfortunately Ukraine is probably going to lose at this rate because they've been misled, I think, by us into thinking that they can defeat the Russians, and the Russians are all in now. But 1945 is an excellent mix of writers who are looking at it and saying, actually, they're going to be able to win, and here's why. And so if you really want to look for one publication that does sort of both sides of any argument pretty well, and you've got a lot of talented writers there, a lot of really notable experts from around the world writing on all these different subjects. So that's going to be the place to go. 1945.com. It's 19, and then you write out 40, FORTYXIED.com.
Particularly the Ukraine war to end, and people in Russia and those within government are going to have to step up and say that this has got to end.
Shout out to Manny, sweet dreams. See you in the morning in the morning show.
And, unfortunately, Putin has been able, throughout 20 years, in office, to tap into that old Russian, sense of patriotism. I mean, he's not as popular as his propaganda portrays him, and yet he's still able to cling on to power because ultimately his fallback is always, look, if I go, the forces of anarchy and the as he calls it now in the West, he says the Satanist pedophiles. He says forces of Satanists and pedophiles are going to come in and destroy our country. And what he's doing is he's playing on those old tropes that Russian leaders have played on for centuries, going back to what I noted before, the Mongol invasion. We have weak leadership if we don't have what they call the Silnaya Ruta, the iron fist of central power. Russia will fall. The great Russia will be broken into bits. And it's not helping the situation when you have prominent writers from the Council on Foreign Relations writing in foreign affairs, writing in foreign policy, going on these different news sites in the West, which the Russian leadership reads and watches, and they're talking about how we need to, we're not going to stop fighting or supporting Ukrainians until Putin is overthrown and the Russian Federation is divided into 4 or 5 smaller countries. And that's just feeding into empowering Putin, who's saying, even the Americans and the Europeans until the great Russia is totally destroyed, and I'm the only thing stopping you from that state being visited upon you. So even the Russians who don't like Putin, they're afraid, and they're saying, okay, well maybe we need to stand with him because the alternative is oblivion. And I also think, by the way, that might be one of the reasons for other Russian elites haven't turned on him, is because we haven't made it profitable for them to turn on him, because now we've sanctioned everybody. We're going after their yachts, we're going after their future comforts as hard as, or not harder, as we're going after Putin. Well, what's the incentive for some of those detractors in the Russian elite circles who might be able to get close to Putin to turn on him if they think they're not going to get better deal for him?
And the oligarchs don't have turned on them, end up getting poisoned or arrested or exiled. But then you have Gary Kasparov, who's the great tech staff, he's an oligarch, and he's a very famous, popular Russian, and he's been exiled. He's sort of a cheerleader for supporting Ukraine now, but there's a reason he is, and it's not because he likes Ukraine, it's because he wants to give it to Putin. And I get that, but ultimately, Putin's got the world's largest nuclear arsenal. And, we don't have any safe systems of defense that's viable right now. And so we need to really be thinking about how far can we push him. And the last thing you want to do with an old wounded bear is put him in a corner and make him feel like there's no way out. That's when there's a problem. If he thinks he's at his end, he's going to decide. Let's go to the phone. Brendan Griffiths, Austin, Texas. Hey, Brendan, go ahead.
Hey guys, thank you so much, Doris and Brandon. an interesting show. I definitely agree with some things and other things I am like questioning. And that's awesome. That's part of the show, you know. And I just want to think some people would, and especially the guys that have been on talking about Ukraine, would remember that Ukraine gave up 2,000 of their nuclear weapons during the Budapest Memorandum in 1994 between the United Kingdom, USA, Russia, and Ukraine. And real quickly, I'll just say that the Budapest Memorandum had 6 points. It was Russia shall not, and this was in exchange for Ukraine giving up all their nuclear weapons. Russia shall not invade and respect Ukraine's sovereignty. Number 2, Russia will not threaten force Ukraine. 3, Russia will not economically interfere. 4, the world will come to Ukraine's aid if Russia invades. 5, no nuclear weapons will be used. 6, USA will help keep diplomacy on the table. And as for the Ukrainian fight, they're fighting for the right point. You said that you were watching the Russian television, so I'm sure that you've seen the same thing that I have. That the Russians are saying they want to eliminate Ukrainian language and history and identity, and that's called genocide. And the Russian National Defense Management has claimed that 1.9 million Ukrainians have been taken. 300,000 of them were children. Now it's 2022 that they said that. That was almost a year ago that they said that. But anyway, that was just something I had to say. I've been meaning to say that for a long time. But my questions are, how do you reconcile the 2 points that said that we have a secret space program, but we would not be capable of winning a space war? And my second question is, I've seen pictures of NASA by Dove a long time ago that was obvious and tight. And I don't care if people believe me. I think that somebody like rebellious type person uploaded it to NASA that poor people could see. I thought it would be there forever, and I will come back and see it, but I didn't download it anyway. What do you think about that? What's your thoughts on stuff on the moon? It's a great point you're making. The stuff on the moon in terms of, I don't know about the last part, but I'll start at the beginning. You're completely correct to bring up the Bucharest Memorandum. I'm certainly not defending Russia, but I am trying to give some perspective here to what the Russians are doing and what Putin's trying to do. You're completely correct, and in fact, in the Age of Times, where I write as well, in November of 2021, I did a long-form essay where I ripped the Clinton administration because it was they who pushed Ukraine to give up their nuclear weapons that the Ukrainians had inherited from the Soviet Union. Now, those were older nuclear weapons, and so the argument at the time was very well, they're old and they're antiquated, so we wouldn't get rid of them. But what we should have been doing is upgrading them and giving Ukraine better command and control capabilities, because the best deterrent, and the French proved this, by the way, because the French created their own forces process and their own small nuclear weapons arsenal. The French knew they couldn't defeat the Soviet Union if they ever invaded France, but the idea was to tear an arm, as de Gaulle said, tear an arm off the Soviet invasion to make it costlier so that the Soviets might do a double take before hitting France. And I think something similar could have been done with Ukraine, but we went the other way, where we foolishly committed U.S. military power to directly defending Ukraine, which was completely untenable. And the reason we made that deal, I argue at the time, was because nobody in 1994 really thought that the Russians were ever going to be a threat again in Washington, D.C. That was sort of the consensus, that the Russians didn't exist anymore. They were going to be completely neutralized. They couldn't do anything. And so that was our fault, and we encouraged Ukrainians to do a really foolish thing, which was unilaterally disarm. And the Russians have done nothing similar. Now, the Russians did agree to neutrality in Ukraine, but the Russian argument is that because in 2008, George W. Bush started pushing, the Americans started pushing for Ukraine to become part of NATO, that ended Ukrainian neutrality. Okay, so that's part of the argument there, but I'm certainly not defending anything the Russians did. I don't think that Putin is a good guy, and I certainly don't want to see him last very long, but I am worried about the person who comes after him being worse. The point about the secret space program. So what I've been saying, what I've been responding to some of the listeners tonight, they've been tweeting at me. What I'll say is that whether it's us, whether it's China, whether it's Russia, with advanced exotic technology, you have to assume that it's very experimental. You probably don't have a lot of these things in the arsenal. So So we don't really have scalability, which means that if we did ever get into a fight, we'd be very limited in what we could do with this technology beyond maybe surveillance or maybe a lucky first strike. But the fact of the matter is, I do believe, contrary to what Eric Weinstein said, what's his name, Joe Rogan, on the podcast a couple weeks ago, I do believe we have people heavily involved, going back decades, trying to innovate, create not just next level technologies like hypersonics, but trying to do really out of this world stuff. Nick Cook, who was James Defense editor, movie editor, he wrote a book in 2002 called the Hunter Zero Point. Very controversial, but he was a very reputable defense reporter with a lot of contacts in the black, world of exotic technology development both in Britain and the United States. And I think his book should be required reading for anybody interested in this. He really walks you through how, going back to World War II, we took a lot of the Nazi scientists and we pulled them in to our weapons program, and the Nazis, in some respects, were really doing some pretty wild, exotic things, and we sort of just absorbed that and folded it into our larger defense capability, and probably continued perfecting that technology for 70 years. They got us into space. They did one of our own. We did some horrible things in World War II to the Jews, and yet we sort of tolerated him and protected him from Israeli hunters. Really, the Israelis were hunting all the Nazi war criminals. They were doing the horrible, and they should have. Yeah, and but without him, we probably wouldn't have gotten to the moon the way we did and when we did. It's a double-edged sword. So what I'm saying is that whatever black program we have to keep in mind that it's probably extremely experimental. And because it's so highly compartmentalized, so the science and innovation is all about cooperation and expanding the circle so that you can innovate faster. Well, the government doesn't do that when they're in a black pocket. They compartmentalize everything. So it is probable that we don't have the scalability yet. We probably have some pieces of a really sophisticated technology that we've developed. We're probably testing it all the time. But can we use it effectively? Can we get it scaled up? Can it be mass produced so that it can be the game changer we want it to be? Probably not yet. That won't change until the government removes it from that black world and puts it into sort of that regular classified world. And it says, let's get more scientists involved and let's break down the barriers so we can innovate and expand.
Brendan, rated the countries by deficiency in space. Would you say the United States was number one?
Yeah, so on paper, we are number one. Technically, Russia's number two, and China's a distant third. But I walk through in the book how that dynamic is at the very least in flux, in that the United States is very much a declining power in space. So we're number one for how long? Russia looks like they're trying to marry because they're also declining space power because of all the sanctions and whatnot that we've imposed since the Russian illegal invasion of Crimea in 2014. But the Russians, it looks like they're trying to marry their space program to the Chinese program to create a really dangerous threat to the United States. The Chinese have all the money, and they're really developing a lot of new technology. However, they still have some gaps, and the Russians can help them fill that in. The Russians have really held back on sharing technology with the Chinese because they've always tried to keep on tapping, but those days are done. And so now we have to worry about the sort of Eurasian autocratic
light bulb, just buy light bulbs.
Russia, China, going to the stars, challenge us, and maybe take more space for themselves. That's the really scary thing.
Next up is the Rockies Bill with us in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Bill, thanks for calling. Go ahead.
Hey, George, Brandon, I've seen a scenario where UAVs are advanced military technology, and considering Commander Fravor, the talent of the Tic Tac, where he was spiraling down and the Tic Tac started mirroring his movement. And the moment Commander Fravor cut across the circle to try to see where the Tic Tac was going to be, like Tic Tac did the same thing. It went to where Commander Fravor was going to be. And so it either had more knowledge or inside knowledge. More knowledge was if it had time travel capability. What do you think about that in the context of it being an advanced military. Well, so as you know, I lean more towards the advanced military, and that's not to say that it's not some really alien or really crazy, new thing. I can't rule it out. Can't rule it out. Yeah, sure. And part of it kind of would be, but I was, my background is academic training. They've always been skeptical. That's just my kind of vision. And given what I know and what I've worked in before with the government, I kind of go, we are developing things that are really out of this world. And I think that probably if those crafts that Flavor intercepted, if they were in fact over U.S. military craft, which would be hopeful, I'd rather it be us than the Chinese or the Russians. But if it is us, it is probably the reason it was in that restricted airspace is because whoever in our government sent them knew that you were going to be testing an aircraft carrier battle group. They were going to be doing prep for deployment to the Middle East. And they probably knew the flight plans, they probably knew the training, and they probably were going to try to anticipate and see how Flavor and our highly trained pilots reacted and how our radar operators on the destroyers were operating, they responded rather, and see how our systems reacted. And it was probably just one big real-world exercise for whatever they do with nav air testing these things, testing them on the military or on wittingly on our best and brightest. We had no idea this was going on. And so, yes, in terms of how that still object is able to dictate Flavor's movement, it's possible this is something extraordinary, or it's probable that this was probably a U.S. entity that fully had awareness of what our standard reaction was going to be, and what the probable course of actions were going to be, because it was from the same team. It's just that, the left hand wasn't talking to the right.
The congressman is the only one that's not in on what was going on.
Right. This would have been part of the psychological operation. Now, Flavor says absolutely not. I've seen him in interviews categorically denied it, and I realize he has very high chances. But I'm here to tell you, and I worked on Capitol Hill, and I remember my boss was supposed to be able to regulate the black budget. I can tell you right now, the highest clearances in the world, there are things that they can hide, that the military can hide in that black budget, that even the best and brightest don't know about. And so, you can never discount the fact that this very well may be, especially when you look at the UFO package that I was talking about at the beginning of the show, it's identical, close-shaped, anti-gravity technology, propulsion. This is, I think, what they're doing.
Is it reverse engineered technology from a crash UFO?
That's certainly what, forgetting his name, claimed worked at Area 50, at S4, I'm forgetting, that's certainly what Bob Lazar claimed. I don't know. That's certainly a possibility, but I can't prove to you otherwise, so we have to keep our minds open. But what I'm saying is, what I think we're seeing mostly in the sky is something that we built, maybe it is reverse engineered. And when it comes to the Chinese, we have to remember the Chinese have been engaged in wholesale, out of this world, industrial espionage against the United States.
That's how they've gotten where they are. Brandon, we're going to take a short break and come back with final calls in a moment on Coast to Coast Day. Yes, sir. Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief, with George Norrie. Simply go to beyondbelief.com.
I'm Amy King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The judge is set to announce his verdict tomorrow in the non-jury trial of a woman from Lancaster and her boyfriend who are charged with torturing and murdering her 10-year-old son, Anthony Avalos, died in 2018. Both are facing charges of murder and torture. Some people in the San Bernardino Mountains are still cut off and stuck after several feet of snowfall. There's a warning another storm could hit the area. The sheriff is warned it could be another week until they can reach everyone. Several roads around the Dolby Theater have been closed as crews pull out the red carpet and get ready for the Academy Awards. Due to the closed through next week, train and bus service will be rerouted. The Academy Awards are Sunday night. The makers of TRILLIONAIRE are stripping images of Switzerland's famed Matterhorn and Swiss flags from the packaging of the North Chocolate Treat. Systems of the company's production is moving to Slovakia, and under Swiss law, it can no longer depict Swiss myth. South Member KFI becoming sunny tomorrow, highs from 50 to low 50, 48 in Orange, 52 in Manhattan Beach. We leave local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy Kim.
The Woodward Hills and everything was shown. This is on the 101 southbound from Topanga City to Havenhurst. Southbound exit 2, left lane shuts down from Rosewood and goes 6. And then Irwindale, we have 6 earlier crash on the 605 northbound at the 210 has been cleared for lane 25. It's recovering in that area. Upland. This is on the 210 eastbound at Campus Avenue. We have a Countdown car picking up the off-ramp right there. You found stuff something real close. High in the sky, hope to get there faster up our advance. On the podcast, Really No Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tilden, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really? The teachers of 17-year-old in Rhode Island, Jerry candidate, it was a difference. Really? Really, that's news to me. That's really no really right there. Really no really. Listen to Really
I think
No
I know
Really
that.
on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Justin.
Yeah. Visit UKTreated.org or call 833-422-4255. That's the medication to treat COVID-19. Sponsored by the California Department of Public and KFI. AM 640. More stimulating talk. The complaint crowd is exponentially larger than the advocacy crowd. It's just the advocacy crowd. They get donations, and this is their job. That's what they do for a living. Financed by wealthy people who take this on as a cause. Johnny Depp, if it's whack-a-mole, then keep whacking them. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. The sensors on the ceiling of an elevator which can smell urine so that they can quickly shift over a cleaning crew in the elevator. We have those in Breakdown in Cultural One because I never remember there was ever a problem with people urinating in public. Johnny Depp, I never even considered that. Right. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I love those security questions that I'm asked, you know, to determine that I need. What was the name of your first best friend? No friends. What was the name of your first dog? No. What's your favorite band? I hate music. I can't all handle. I have a hard time filling those out. And to calendar, live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640. To talk to George Roy, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime.
I don't know what it's like, but I
818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. We'll be back with final calls with Brendan Leichert in just a moment as we talk about space, the Ukraine war, and other issues. Next hour, Lloyd Auerbach joins us to talk about ghosts and the afterlife on Coast to Coast. Make sure you're part of the program. Dina Salvati in for Tom Danheiser today. She is also the editor of the Whole Life Times digital magazine. If you would love to put a free copy right on your computer, how do we do that?
We'd love to, George. Thank you. Very easy. You can just text us. You text the word whole life, text it to 42828.
And also, you have an email.
They're welcome to email me as well. It's Gina, Gina, at wholelifemagazine.com.
What are some of the stories you put in?
We talk a lot about health and healing, consciousness, transformation, similar topics too that we talk about here on Coast to Coast.
Good for you. This comes out monthly.
It's bi-monthly.
Every 2 months. Good for you. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, here's something for you. If you're going to become a Coast Insider, listen to these quotes.
I'm a Coast Insider because now I have 24/7 access to the best show ever, Coast to Coast AM.
Hi, it's Teresa. I became an insider because the shows I listen to, I always appreciate the diversity of thoughtful insights that brings me on a variety of topics at Coast to Coast. The show has challenged me to think deeper and to broaden my horizons.
So give it a try. A couple ways you can sign up to become a Coast Insider. Our website, coasttocoastam.com.
How you doing, Infamous? What's new, baby?
Or download our free Coast to Coast AM app right to your phone. When you do that, click profiles and subscriptions, and you can sign up to the app that way. Also available Insider memberships in Canada.
Word, I'm in Irvine. Where are you?
Here's something for you to increase your energy and stamina while enhancing your mental clarity.
Beautiful.
And memory.
Well, as was stated, I do my best to be as knowledgeable on topics, but I don't consider myself an expert on anything. How are things in your neck of the woods? What is on your consciousness? What is the topic of mind currently that is causing you to think more often than Oh, absolutely. Okay, so I stream my life 24/7, 365, like the Truman Show, all day, every day. I've been doing this for more than 666 straight days, so almost 2 years. And I do it for world peace. I don't feel that people discuss world peace enough, and I want to give people a platform in order to do it. I think content is king. Bill Gates coined that phrase in the 1990s, and I think I'm making it true. I believe in the future that AI will use human models in order to create its databases, and this is the world's largest human model that we have. It's not only on one screen, it's not only on two, it's not only on three, it's not only on four, it's not only on five, but we're live right now on 6 different YouTube alone. I'm also live on 7 different Instagrams, and we're live on Twitter live right now. And I just keep my life going 24/7. At least on Twitter Live, it allows me to do an entire 24 hours of video, and then I just tweet it out. So if you want, you just like have a complete day that is archived online. It's a cool little deal.
Order now at healthylooking.com or 800-394-9930. Don't forget promo code George for free shipping.
I don't have anything to fear, and really, I've never done anything too badly to anybody. All the relationships that I've had have been with really wonderful people, and they've only really turned out pretty well. So I felt like, hey, if I don't have anything to fear, I'm going to be someone who puts myself out there. And I'm not necessarily doing it for money or anything. I really want people to have world peace. I enjoy doing it. Honestly, there's a lot of archival footage. I learn a lot about myself from it. But in the future, I really think that, well, it's true now. Data is the #1 resource in global history. More than air, more than water, more than oil, more than gold, more than diamonds, more than anything. And because of that, the person who has the most amount of data out there may perhaps one day be a very, very important person. That just might be your friendly rabbi here in Irvine, California. So if that's true, I'm going to make everybody in this room rich.
Go to booyahmax.com/coast This is that silver starter kit. Take the first step to building an emergency reserve of gold and silver. Bullion, BULLION, BullionMax.com/purchase.
Word, I'm like the meat and sandwich. I'm the meat in the Logan infamous sandwich.
Marvelous Entertainment and Author Margaret Sunderland has released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece.
Absolutely, that's how fearless I am. If you want to come up and see me, you absolutely can.
Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels with the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVELOUS.com. Just southwest of Fort Worth, nestled among the turf pecan orchards is surrounded by 17 miles of grassy river frontage is one of the most stunning and amenity-rich communities in Texas. Pecan Plantation, new websites for just $69.
Swing by. I got my contact information there. There's my cell phone there. It's got my address. You just swing by whenever you're on the stream yourself.
Schedule your virtual viewing online. FortWorthLandSales.com. For give us a call, 844-LAND-123. We're back with our final segment with Brandon Whiteford as we are.
I know, Infamous, you're very, very wise to say that. You're absolutely right. I am going to be that person.
Yes, absolutely. It's just beginning, it seems like. It's going to be Colin Thomas in California. Welcome to the program. Hey, Tom.
Thank you, George and Brandon. Thank you. I intend to purchase your book, Winning the Case. A comment and then a question. And a comment is on November 8th, 2010, there was a underwater missile launch off of the coast of metropolitan Los Angeles.
Yes.
This underwater missile launch was seen by picture boats, by people on the shore. The contrail was observed from San Diego to Santa Barbara. Issued a denial immediately. They said it was not our missile. And I live in San Diego, which is a Navy town, and all the naval facilities here, North Island, Naval Ocean Systems Center, Naval Electronics Laboratory, said it was not our missile. And Vandenberg said, again, it was not our missile. Yep. So that brings me to a question. November 8th, 2010, was this underwater missile launch a foreign submarine that somehow evaded the underwater sensors that the Navy has off of the California coast?
Well, yes, I remember that as well. And actually, it made it as far as, in terms of the coverage, I believe it was Sean Hannity, 9 p.m. Eastern, Fox News, they were covering this, and then it all went away within 24 hours. It never brought up again, you're right. It was sort of, it's kind of like what happened in northern Alaska and Lake Huron, how that security just vanished, and there was a cover story, and we just forget about it. You are 100% correct. I believe it was a foreign submarine. I believe specifically it was a Chinese submersible. I think they were sending a message. If you remember at the time, there was also around that same time period, Barack Obama flew to Alaska to meet with the Chinese leadership. And Obama, he went on this tour of some island that was apparently supposedly being affected by global warming. This was before the meeting was to begin. He got there a couple days early, and it turned out the Secret Service freaked out because there was a Chinese submarine that had appeared right off the coast of this island off of Alaska, and that was around the same time. Similar incident. Now, obviously, it didn't fire missiles, but I am convinced. I think convinced since the incident occurred that was in fact a Chinese submarine that was launching a missile. They were sending a message. I think they were testing to see what our responses would be. Which is why, again, I don't just
server may have been encountering off of Catalina Island might not have been one of ours. It might have actually been a sophisticated Chinese exotic technology. And I want to reinforce what I was saying right before the break, which is that any kind of sophisticated technology that we develop to store on computer servers, we assume on some level they're protected. But as the Titan rain incident shows, even with computer servers in the Pentagon that are not connected to the internet, the Chinese are able to still burrow in. They still have F-35 designs and T-35 from there. Now, that's like 2005 in there. And so now what I'm thinking is, if there is exotic technology that we have and have had for a while, but also Chinese now have, it is probably the Chinese got that unit from our defense servers that have these black project staged on them, and they've been kind of building it out and scaling it up in China to rival us. And so, yes, I think that 2010 incident was absolutely a Chinese submarine.
Where did that missile go, Brent?
We don't know. All we have is the contrail afterwards. And in terms of, there's very little known, and that's because the government covered it up very thoroughly immediately. Remember, this is 2010, so, social media is still getting underway.
Yeah.
We didn't have what we have today. Had that incident happened today, I think we probably would have had a much clearer idea. But unfortunately, that was something that the government was able to cover up. Why are they covering it up? Well, it's because they don't want to look bad. And this was right within our coastline. And I think that we can, as China grows in military power, and as they move, and they are moving heavily into Latin America, as they move into our side of the world, we can anticipate more flagrant acts like that becoming the norm. Because the Chinese say, hey, you do it with us in Taiwan Strait all the time. Eventually, they're going to want to start doing it to us as reciprocity. And so this is a very, very precarious moment because the balance of power, I fear, is shifting in China's favor.
We've got our subs all over the place, too. We just started testing and launching 2 missiles on place.
And the problem is our submarine force is the smallest in 20 years, and our industrial capability to build more submarines is the worst state of readiness that it's been in since the Interwar years. We're not building new subs.
The late Admiral Ripple was turning over in his report.
Hands down.
I'm here. I just sometimes have an issue with my phone. I think a lot of people do. It's common on Twitter where it cuts out, and sometimes it's the other person, sometimes it's my issue, and I don't know sometimes, so I just drop down and come back.
In the Reagan era, during the Star Wars program, that there wasn't steps that was put in place to combat with what you're talking about. And I kind of made you think about it. So you're right. That has always been a theory. I have spoken to people who were involved.
What on the tip of everyone's tongue? Does anybody in NFTs in this space? I just got into it, and it's very interesting. I think it's going to be pretty big. Not that you have to discuss that, but it's an interesting premise. Some things that I'm looking up right now on ChatGPT are about nantennas. Like, what the hell is a nantenna? It's a type of nanotechnology that converts light into electricity by using a series of antennas at nanoscale. That comes from the combination of nano and antenna. Concept was proposed in 2004. Just some really interesting things. I was looking, I tweet about all this stuff. So if like you want to know anything more about it, just check out what I tweet. I just tweeted about gravity batteries. Just really interesting opportunities.
Were worried that it would stabilize the turn, that mutual assured destruction would be upended, which of course was the point. Reagan made it clear he wanted mutual assured survival, not mutual assured destruction. But the bureaucracy couldn't get its head around that. And so I have talked to people that I trust and believe. I don't think that we did do that. That's sort of one of those internet rumors.
Very cool. How long did it take?
It would certainly make life a lot easier and make you rest easier. But unfortunately, we've wasted the last 30, 40 years. And now we're going to pay for it because we've pushed Russia around now. And they're going to do something crazy.
Love it. Love me some science, especially science from home. That's the most interesting kind.
Came out recently called the Shadow War, around the supremacy. It's all about how actually World War III might be happening in the Middle East because Iran's about to go nuclear.
No, I don't believe I have.
It's going to be a whole other can of worms. So I actually think that Iran, Russia, and China working together, and they are, they wouldn't do the threat they are today had we actually deployed these systems that Reagan wanted to, but the bureaucracy would not let us do it. And so now here we are, far behind, playing catch up, and there might not be enough time now to do it.
West of the Rockies, Tom's with us, Riverside, California. Thanks, Tom. Go ahead.
Oh, George and Brandon, I think we're it's too late really right now to catch up. So I think we got to go to war with what we got, like you say, and we got to fight the war with what you got.
We do that, but we destroyed the planet.
Well, we certainly are fighting a war. I mean, if you look at what Ukraine's going on, so one of the things I track are supply lines. In fact,
Is it dead silent or is it my phone?
My neighbor here is actually a gun runner. He's retired Navy. He's running guns in the Lvov right now. To Poland for
Very well. No, I understand. I've been doing a lot of late night Twitter spaces, which is a really fun thing to do. I mean, you meet people from all over the world, and I guess it's late night here. So what does that mean? So I've been locking in with this NFT group, the Angry Ape Society. It's like, what the hell is that? It's just like basically art that people put together that they sell. And so a bunch of like basically art collectors, essentially, digital art collectors, have Twitter spaces that go 24 hours a day. So you can always kind of jump in on them and then start to make friends with them. Anyway, so what I've been doing overnight is being their hype man. So random people will come in and we sell these like NFTs to people essentially and tell them all about the project, and we play all kinds of music and sing karaoke and stuff. It's been quite an interesting few nights, at least on Twitter Spaces, for your rabbi here.
They know that we drained ourselves. They know we're going to war with what we've got, and so they're going to try to push us now and stress us knowing that we can't do much in retaliation because our logistics are drained. That's the real issue here. And so, we talked about earlier there's this new sort of, sophisticated technology we're developing.
Definitely. I didn't know anything about it. Somebody gave me mine. They were like, wow, you're doing such a good job. like just hyping our product here. Like, let me give you one. And I didn't know how much they were, but they're very expensive. I mean, I was like, wow, it was a really, really nice gift.
The only thing we can do now is escalate with nukes. I have a colleague who's talking about if data looks like it's going to lose in Ukraine.
I know there's a lot of hesitancy, and I'm not selling them here. So even if you wanted to buy one, I would feel like I don't even really know what to do. But what I do know is this: basically, no one's project is any better than any others at this point in time. So if you can give your NFT, your non-fungible token, any kind of advantage, it's good. So like when you said, I like things that have a cause. They have like Down syndrome NFTs and autism awareness NFTs that I don't know exactly how it goes back to them, but there are those opportunities. I know though that really, at least with the NFT space, it's something that I've started doing is recording. 'Cause they have their they have their Twitter spaces recorded. So I told them that I wanted to make a documentary, and so what I do is record their spaces and essentially get all kinds of content, and really creating the official NFT documentary, which would be something in the future, which would be very, very interesting. Here we have the birth of the NFT world at the same time as the birth of AI and cryptocurrency and Web3 and all these other really interesting things. I feel like in the future, if we're capturing any kind of content, this would be interesting content to capture.
I think we probably could have neutralized Vietnam as a communist, member. And remember, our war in Vietnam stabilized all of Indochina. You had Cambodia, you had killing fields because of us. What we were doing, longer before around the line. All of it, yeah. And, we could have really avoided this, a lot of the heartache. And I think that's also the lesson, I think, of Ukraine is that, there's a lot of heartache going on in Ukraine.
I agree with you. If I had $100 to invest and I could invest it in land or NFTs, it's going to be land every single time. I think that's a much better investment. Land is a fabulous investment. It's just this is a new type of economy. So the opportunity to become very, very wealthy is there, perhaps. But definitely, I don't want to say that land is a bad commodity at all, or a bad investment at all. And also, commodities are important too. If you can, if you can put your hands on it, it is very, very important. These kind of NFTs or cryptocurrency markets, they're kind of they're guessing man's game, and it's gambling at the end of the day. But it is kind of interesting when you can gamble and really, really make out pretty well on some things. But at the end of the day, I would rather have pay dirt, be able to live on it. You can't live on an NFT. You can live on land.
Yeah, he was. One thing that Americans, I think, need to realize is that, informed policy, and I've learned this from working in it, there are really no heroes. That's sort of a myth. Unfortunately, there are no real good guys. We back bad people, and to fight against other bad people, sometimes worse people, but they're still bad people, and I think of Saudi Arabia. They're imperfect, but we need them. To fight the Islamics and to contain Iran. I wish we didn't need to do that, and maybe one day we can get beyond that. But right now, it's just to me, you have to deal with the devil at some point, and I'd rather the devil fight, our enemies rather than constantly being used.
Definitely respectable. I understand.
We've got your website linked up at coasttocoastfam.com. Good luck. Stay in touch with us. I'd like to use you two as a reference point to it.
I guess we should do this more often. I always enjoy it.
Okay, yeah, it's not about 1 year and a half. Go on this.
Right.
You take care of yourself. Up next, Lloyd Auerbach joins us. We're going to talk about the afterlife on Coast to Coast. Get daily show updates right here.
I don't believe so. What's going on, baby?
Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
We may not have had formal introductions. What's new in your neck of the woods?
Everyone has different reasons for selling. Some people want to downsize and move. Some have inherited a property they want to get rid of. Or maybe it's time for change. Whatever your reason for selling, Seller's Advantage has a custom solution for your needs. Some make a competitive cash offer with no repairs needed, and they can close in days. No complicated closing process or contracts falling through. Seller's Advantage has been making sellers happy for decades.
It's very easy to manipulate the markets, and because it's basically anonymous, you can't really understand from where the market fracture exactly comes, but it just randomly comes and it's there. So I understand. I completely am on board with the idea. You cannot trust it, and it's not something that is something you want to put all your eggs in one basket, so to speak. Essentially, the way the market works, I guess it works like this in stocks too, but if you have one person who goes off on Twitter Spaces who's connected to your project, they can lower the prices on it. And, like it can have a significant amount, not really, if you go out and just yell about Procter & Gamble or Xerox or 3M on Twitter Spaces, usually that's not going to have a big effect on the stock price, but it definitely does on Twitter Spaces. And that kind of market fluctuation is not for everyone.
Call Ox Care for your free quote. 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-301-4089. 800-301-4089. Portions of the following program will be recorded. You can find us on your smart speaker or on your dumb speaker and you plug it into something smart. I'm not plugging it into you. Smart speaker thing. Right here by Victoria.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live
on the iHeartRadio app.
Ambassadors on the buses, Simon Newton and KFI 24-hour newsroom. Metro has introduced its first group of unarmed security ambassadors who will ride on trains and buses throughout LA County.
This will say all 300 new employees successfully trained by Metro on a wide range of issues, including bus and rail operations, the Office of Civil Rights and Inclusion, customer experience, and system security and law enforcement. Our Nagari, the chair of the Metro Board, says programs not intended to replace law enforcement on board, but will act as a deterrent before a crime happens. And when asked how the ambassadors...
The password system for these companies is terrible. I think it's terrible. So essentially, that is so easy to happen where someone can hack your account and basically get, perhaps like just huge amounts of funds. And so the way that the system currently works is, at least like your major ones, basically you make your account with your password, fine. But then they give you like a password back that's 12 different words. It's like a passphrase that no one can ever remember. So you have to literally write it down, which goes against the idea of having a password. Because then if you have that or you lose the piece of paper, you can't get into your account. I bet just as many people get locked out of their account as they do get hacked. We need a better system for all of that type of security, or these kinds of stories are too often happening and people don't trust it.
A group of people arrested in Atlanta over the weekend for a violent protest at the construction site of a new police public safety training center facing domestic terrorism charges. The police say the group threw rocks, bricks, and Molotov cocktails at officers and injured.
They do both they I could ask for.
A woman in South Carolina was pulled over for swerving on a highway was diagnosed with a brain tumor. Tamara Palmer says the police officers who stopped her in December thought she might have been experiencing an aneurysm.
I just out for 2 seconds and I don't know where I'm going.
Palmer was taken to the hospital after she was pulled over. She said doctors found a tumor that's been growing in her brain for 35 years. She immediately underwent an 8-hour procedure and is feeling well. Southland weather can be a fine morning clouds. It's sunny this afternoon, highs around 60 at the beaches, metro LA and LA. 50s to low 50s for the valleys and inland empire, 40s and 50s in the Antelope Valley. 50s in Brea, 46 Lake Forest, 49 in Marina Del Rey, 48 in Burbank. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
Hi, I'm Bill.
National Police and Rena owners of American Vision Windows.
Southern California, right now, American Vision Windows is making it easier than ever for you to afford custom-made, beautiful new windows for your home with 0% interest, 0 payments until 2024, plus free expert installation. Order by March 31st. I've been in the construction trade for 35 years. The level of quality of products that they use for their work was top-notch.
With a great experience, I can about praise the others. Can you tell I love these guys?
Call 888-226-9908 or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. Bill, I am so thankful for our entire team at American Vision Windows. Now, especially for you, our customers.
Revolutionizing the home improvement industry one customer at a time. American Vision Windows.
All offers, callers, see website for details. Approved credit. Office files on 33123. CSLB number 778-326. Los Angeles traffic is almost as legendary as our movie stars. The late night comics get a lot of mileage out of it, but there's nothing funny about a serious auto accident. And the congestion makes Los Angeles County the state's most dangerous place to drive. At Jacoby & Myers, we specialize in the serious injuries caused by these accidents. For over 50 years, we've won over $1 billion for our clients. If yours is a serious case, get serious help. Call Jacoby & Myers. Justice for you since 1972. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policy, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, termination. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAMBEE, that's BAMBEE@bambee.com. Your awesomeness day is this week, or what we call every day at the marketplace. And now the top reasons to visit the leader.
Raise John's gift giveaway. Get a handy handle here to won 500 points on the workshop the 13th or 14th.
And the number one reason.
It's madness at Sci-Fi Sports Farm. Our entire 30-foot valley is filled with going bananas with college people all month.
The Wando, Good Times. For everybody struggling with CPAP, now there's Inspire, the only FDA-approved obstructive sleep apnea treatment that works inside the body to treat the root cause of sleep apnea with just a click of a button. No mask, no dose, just sleep. Visit InspireSleep.com to learn more. This is Jacob and Mine. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. I mean, the hypocrisy is stunning. What picture on this? Even the most rabid anti-abortion group of people having argued with a 2-year-old girl, forcing her to go to church. Bill handle 16. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, 640. You're listening to Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. After life. Ollie and I are back with us, one of 3 writers of this novel. It's kind of scary, but he'll talk about that and some other things next on Coast to Coast AM. Next time can be stressful because stress can magnify if an identity thief steals your info, files a bogus return, pockets your refund. The IRS recommends electronic filing using your PIN tool for extra security, and other safety tips include looking out for phishing scams, checking your financial accounts regularly for unusual activity, and setting up a two-factor authentication. It's so important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft affect our lives. If personal information gets exposed for often, making it dangerously easy for cybercrime to steal your identity. Protecting your identity can be easier, though, with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you might not spot on your own once taken out in your name. You do become a victim of identity theft. A dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will help you protect you. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses, but it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Identity theft protection starts here and now. Join now and save up to 25% off your first year with promo code George. Call 1-800-LifeLock. Or head on over to LifeLock.com and use promo code George for 25%. What if you could build a 6-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, saving a 6-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. I'm best-selling author and star in a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Harvard, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. Or retirement income with the same dollar saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, Baby Boomer Dilemma, at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value for you. Call today, you'll get it completely free. Plus 2 hours of bonus behind the scenes footage. All you have is shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now. 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020. 1-800-506-2020. And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Miller with you. It's a great couple hours here for you. Lloyd Hall back with us, world-recognized paranormal expert, parapsychologist. Lloyd holds a master's degree in parapsychology. He has 43 years of investigating the paranormal experience and more than 40 years teaching courses on the subject. He's the director of the Office of Paranormal Investigations, president of the Forever Family Foundation, and adjunct professor of Atlantic University, and is on the board of directors of the Rhine Research Center, where he teaches online parapsychology courses to their education students. Currently, you can see him also in episodes of The Unexplained, is surviving back on Netflix. His most recent book that he wrote with Rich Hussett and Arnold Rudnick is called Aftermath. Lloyd, welcome back. I can't believe it's been 4 years.
It has ever been that long, George?
Yeah, January of 2019 you were next time.
Wow, before the pandemic. That's amazing.
How you been?
Been good. Been very busy.
You look like you have.
Well, you know, there's a lot of people who wanted online classes, and it's been really great for the Rhine Center to be able to offer the classes we have.
Lloyd, how did you get involved in
In parapsychology,
yeah.
well, I have since I was a little kid. My dad worked for NBC, so I had a TV set in my room when I was about 2 years old. And I'm just used to watching. I watched shows like Copper and One Step Beyond, you know, both of which really dealt with psychic stuff and the paranormal. And when I was probably 13, thanks to the TV show Dark Shadows, I was going to the library picking up books on psychic and occult things, and lo and behold, there's science books on parapsychology right there. So that really put me on the track.
You have a great track indeed, and you're one of the best ones. Rhine Institute still doing some work?
Yeah, the Rhine Center is doing a bit of work. You know, it was kind of closed down a little bit. They're doing bioenergy research, looking at how healers and martial artists might give off biophotons in an increasing amount of energy during the time that they're actually doing things. Then, of course, we're doing a lot more in the educational center and looking at a few other projects right now.
And there's work here, this book called Afterlife. Tell us a little bit about this.
So Afterlife is the second in a series of novels. They're paranormal mystery novels. Arnold Rudnick and Rich Hussett, who both of them were involved in television when I met them. I met Arnold first. We actually came up with a TV series concept, which frankly, our timing was not great. We were right before the X-Files, and people didn't want a paranormal show, and then the X-Files came along, and then they didn't want another paranormal show. So eventually, we decided to resurrect the characters, and Rich is the main writer on the novels, and we based one of the main characters on me, Jennifer Day, was loosely based on me. She's a parapsychologist, college professor, and investigator, and also a magician. So those are all things that I do. And then the cases that are underlying the second book, not so much the first book, but the second book, are actually based on a couple of my actual cases. It's been a really great ride, and I'm making sure that Jennifer's commentary is all legit parapsychology. Our other character, Nate Rainey, is a cop with a near-death experience in the first book, and he's a skeptic. Doesn't even buy it, even though his near-death experience helps him solve his own shooting. So it's got to be a lot of fun, and we're in the process of putting a third book together.
Do you find that the world of parapsychology seems to be growing even more than the 40 years ago that you got into this?
Well, it is growing in the general public. You know, you have a whole ghost hunting community that has arisen because of the popularity of TV shows. People have come out of the woodwork that they're interested in it. They can talk about it now, which is different than before. Even though many of the investigators were out there really following TV show protocol and not science, it's been very interesting in that way. As far as the field of parapsychology, it's grown a little bit because we've gotten even more international with more folks in Brazil and a few other countries coming into the Parapsychological Association. Unfortunately, the funding has shrunk in the last 4 years, and that's been very difficult for the field.
Who pulled out?
There were a couple foundations that were
point in the early 80s, it was McDonald Foundation, the McDonald organization. And then the Pepsi Foundation was giving funds out too, and that seems to have dried up. Right now, the BL Foundation is the main giver of grants, of bigger grants that are out there.
Is this the Pepsi Foundation out of Michigan?
Yeah, it was.
They used to own some television stations, and at one time, all these Detroit Tigers baseball teams.
Yeah, and there's a book about his wife that covers his interest in psychic phenomena. But unfortunately, the foundation has gone into a different direction. It just does happen to funders.
John Tefner.
Yeah, John Tefner is right now.
What does parapsychology mean?
Well, the term is about the study of psychic phenomena, which covers extrasensory, or I don't even call it non-sensory perception, because it really doesn't involve the senses at all. It's not a sixth sense. So PSP, we also look at how the mind, how consciousness directly affects the world around us. We call that psychokinesis, or mind over matter. And of course, one area that I'm mostly interested in is survival of consciousness beyond the death of the body. So those are the areas that are covered. The field to me means it really is a field that studies things that happen with consciousness, and it makes us more human, or increase our human potential in many respects. So a lot of things people can do that we're told we're not supposed to, or we can't do. We're told quite often that it's impossible for an athlete to do X, Y, and Z, and until someone breaks that right. And then they have an example. Well, this is the same kind of thing. These all abilities for perceptual processes that we have as human beings, but some of the things that science, partly because the organized skeptics organization, are afraid to even touch it, at least in the United States.
Is science doing anything like this?
Who would be our Rabbi?
There is a movement in many fields of science to try to figure out what consciousness is. Some of those consciousness researchers working everywhere from neuroscience to biology to philosophy to physics. Some of those folks are looking at our research in our field. Many of them, again, because it's academically in the United States, it's taboo to even look at anything to do with parapsychology. So they're coming around, but it's taking a while.
Well, there seems to be an explosion of paranormal research groups and programs like that. Has it grown?
The number of investigative groups is definitely growing, again, because of the TV shows. There are some that have, and the support organizations like the Society of Technical Research, which is the oldest organization in the world that really takes a scientific approach, has been growing. It's still not phenomenal, but it's been growing. What we see is that we have a lot of people who claim to be doing research or scientific investigations, and when you really look at what they're doing, they are following methods they see on TV, which are created by producers more than they are by people.
And they need a dramatic ending to the program.
Yeah, they need drama in the program in general. Some of the first seasons of Ghost Hunters and Paranormal Spades was more about the investigators than it was about the actual process of investigation or anything like that. And the fact that they actually started doing things in the dark because they had night-sight camera is truly an invention of television more than anything else.
And in most cases, nothing happens for a long, long time. But what seems to condense it into that 30-minute or so show.
You kind of have to do that. We have certainly had to wait to do a stakeout to see if anything was going to happen. But most of the time, when you do an investigation from a more scientific approach, and not every investigation really is a scientific method investigation, sometimes applying the science you learn in parapsychology. There are things that we do with the witnesses who are often ignored in these shows. Focusing on them because they are the ones who are having the experience. So we're in some respects studying their experiences more than the phenomena. And in doing that, what I've specifically done, and many of our colleagues have done, is the phenomena does kind of follow by working with the people who are first reporting.
And in the ghost investigations, what are they looking for? What are the investigators really trying to cover?
Well, I'll tell you that. We're trying to see things that are going on. We have or if you'll have an ethical, I guess you can say, edict. We follow what is requested of us. So the majority of people in a residence call for help or explanation, and that's what we're trying to do. The first thing we're trying to do is find, for each event that is reported, we're trying to look for an explanation that is not paranormal. Try to eliminate all of that so we have a core of what's real, what might really be psychic. And we're trying to see if what people are experiencing, what is coming up in these cases, matches the patterns or fits the patterns or adds to the evidence that we actually have from previous cases going back over 140 years. The TV ghost hunter following the folks who follow those shows are more about getting either an experience which kind of makes them thrill seekers, or they're going to try to get their so-called evidence. And it doesn't matter if you say that these devices don't detect ghosts. If somebody on TV says this device detects a ghost, that's what they accept.
That's what it is. Right.
Yeah.
I have a friend of mine who sold the house, but he used to own 4 Applebee's.
Oh, that's great.
And Apple, of course, is the guy who turned the phrase psycho. But the place was haunted. And they had sessions there, they had seances, they had all kinds of things with investigators. And then he sold it to an artist who loves it.
Yeah, there was a documentary, Dave. I think it's called Dave.
Paul Baker.
Yeah, it's called Dave. Yeah, I've got his book also, Atheist in Heaven, about what he believes is communication with her fourth estimate. Really interesting situation.
Where does your work go next?
Well, I have been both an investigator and an educator for a very, very long time, and I like to think that I'm helping to produce the next generation of good field investigators. We have a couple of certificate programs we're doing at the Ryan Center. I may not be doing as many investigations of the pandemic, kind of shut things down, although I did have a case that we handled virtually, myself and a few of my colleagues, during the initial stage of the pandemic. We really don't get a lot of cases anymore. Most of these ghost divers do much better jobs with social media and advertising, even though their claims are kind of way out there, but because they are making big claims, they get a lot of cases. We end up getting sometimes the second level where the people have had the local ghost hunting groups come in, and now they're freaked out because the ghost hunters freaked them out and didn't help them. We're coming in to go to do the opposite, to kind of figure out what's going on and help them as much as possible. I'd like to see myself and my students do a lot more, my former students do a lot more investigations, but to pull them away from the big claiming, posers in many respects. Could use that term. Yeah, but it is true, yeah. I'd like to see more of them get interested. It's just really a shame that the vast majority of people who call themselves ghost hunters or paranormal investigators are more about either putting out content on the web. A lot of them used to say that they were making TV pilots, and I think some of them still are, although now they're going on to YouTube. They want to be famous, like the TV ghost hunters. And that's not what we care about.
Generally, when people go on a ghost hunt, what are they looking for? What do they want to find?
Well, the folks who are going out on ghost hunts typically are going to public locations where they, again, are hoping to have an experience or get some so-called evidence, which could be anything from electronic voice phenomena type thing that they think they're getting to unusual readings on various devices, some of which are actually legit scientific devices, although they're not always being used properly. And then they're also trying to get other communications through things like so-called ghost boxes, spirit boxes, and some of these other devices. They're trying to get pictures of orbs, and all of that is, I guess, the evidence under their belt, although it's not good evidence.
Do you believe that the ghost world is part of the dead, as opposed to something else?
Well, we have two different kinds of categories of phenomena that sometimes get called ghosts. One are the true spirits or ghosts, or what we use to term as apparitions, which seem to be indications that people's consciousness can survive the death of the body and summon we've been able to figure out. And that indicates that consciousness has survived. That's one of many types of evidence that we have for that phenomenon, that survival exists. Hauntings are the inference. We leave impressions behind, we leave emotions behind, we think about the environment that records our activity, our emotions, and that's the majority of the kinds of things that people report when they say their houses are haunted. That they're picking up something themselves. Everybody's a little psychic, but some people are picking up things that happened in their homes, or people that were in their homes, including possibly even impressions of their own activities in the past. And that often gets mistaken as spirits and ghosts. That's what's common.
What about things like hell and those kinds of things? Do they exist?
Well, heaven and hell are religious concepts, or depending on the part of the world or culture, might be a mythological concept, and there's variations of what those things are. In the field of psychology, we don't use those terms. There doesn't seem to be really good evidence, just from the perspective of the people who seem to be communicating with spirits on the other side, all that other side. It's not a hellish landscape. It's not that. I remember one medium telling me that she, in communicating with spirits, she was told that the hell that they run into is they're confronted with their kind of a life review and all the good and bad things that they did in their life. But there's some people that might be helpful. You remember everything you ever did, especially the bad things you did. But there's not like a place that seems to come through. And we don't really have any good evidence in the cases that have come up and the experiences people have had, unless you put a religious spin on them. And then it depends on the religion that we're talking about. Because the same experience could be interpreted completely differently by people from different religious traditions.
I noticed that our friend Louis Spiegel was a little stupid for the back of his book.
He did. I've known Louis since the early 80s. He used to be a regular guest on his NBC show in New York.
Yeah, that's right. So he's a good guy, and a good person, too.
Yeah, I think he's one of the most knowledgeable people on the UFO phenomenon.
You recently released this novel called ROTHSCHILD. Where do people go?
That's available on Amazon.com. In Kindle, it's actually an Audible book now as well. So you can get it in paperback, Kindle, and Audible. And we may be releasing a special edition hardcover as well. I think most people are the Kindle or the paperback. It's also available, distributed on Barnes & Noble sites and other websites and other online booksellers. And then we also have a website about our characters and even some of the material that I've added to the book. Each of the two novels has an afterword by me, which is on the real side. In fact, the second book has
Satoshi Nakamoto. And he's absolutely right. It's all like a made-up thing. One guy is not that smart to think of all this shit.
Those are our three main characters.
Word. Shift Happens knows what's up. I've been saying that. It's either CIA, MI5, or Mossad, or all three of them. It's not just one guy who wrote a white paper in 2008.
The new version of the Coast to Coast TRILLIONAIRE app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastdaily.com and download it today.
I'm Rick Hennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A Montage man has been arrested, now facing charges of sex with a minor and supplying drugs.
Wikipedia still has him as alive. I'm not saying that's official, but
there's also another juvenile female victim from the same restaurant. Police believe there may be more victims. Former Dodger, now playing for the Boston Red Sox, Justin Turner took a trip to the States in spring training. Needed 16 stitches. The U.S. is confirming gunmen have assaulted and kidnapped 4 American citizens in northeastern Mexico. The reports that the 4 were seeking medical procedures, and this may have been a case of mistaken identity.
it would be all over. His Wikipedia still shows him alive.
Mostly sunny skies today with highs around 60. Right now it's 47 in San Clemente. Speaking for Anaheim, Pasadena had a 46 and it's 45 in North County. We lead local on the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Kenneth.
The Woodland Hills, there is a work zone. This is on the 101 southbound from Topeka Canyon to Havenhurst. Southbound out to 2 left lane shuts down for both work until 6. And in Irwindale, we have good news. Currently a track on the 605 north side of the Canyon 6 clear for lane 25 is recovering in that area. Upland, this is on the Tucson eastbound at Campus Avenue. We have the Contown Tower picking up the off-ramp right there. You're trying to find something to approach. KFI in the sky hopes to see their faster on my advance.
He is still kicking at a crusty old 92-year-old.
And we're having coffee from your very first lesson. So visit RosettaStone.com today for 40% off. And get ready for the best of a lifetime. Offer ends March 22nd. Rosetta Stone. Her language she learns.
Oh, hell yeah. That motherfucker's got a fucking direct IV of adrenochrome into some underage motherfuckers. Word, he even married a pharmacist. That's how much this motherfucker loves drugs.
Listen to iTunes Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Hey, all the stars. For emergency backup power, there is only one name. Duffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy for powering the most critical situations. Hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs, whether it's a new generator or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance service, or an emergency rental, Duffy Power has you covered 24/7, 365. If you live and do business in Southern California, you know it's no longer a question of if the power is going to go down. It's only a question of whether you're just going to let it happen or take control. Taking control means it's time to call Duffy Power. To learn how to protect yourself from the next outage and all the ones after that, go to DuffyPower.com. DuffyPower.com. That's DUCHIE Power.com. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI AM 640, talking ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at GhostGhostAM.com.
They're saying that they own Bitcoin. You can say that. That's part of their funds. Not that they own the whole thing. Like they own Bitcoin, like you own stock. No, this is a difficult thing to research because it's difficult to know whether they're saying George Soros is revealing he's holding Bitcoin or if he owns the whole thing, which is honestly realistic. Both of them are realistic, so I'm not sure.
Next hour, we'll flip the switch and take your phone calls with Lloyd Auerbach as we talk about the paranormal world, so make sure you're part of the program. First, paranormalbase.com keeps cruising along, 914 people shy of 156,000 signed up members. And it's a great way to meet people who get TRILLIONAIRE.com. Now, of course, built up your answers.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Ray brings 4 decades of experience.
Satoshi Yamamoto.
Exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Ray with more.
Whether physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low hormones, stress, sleep disorders.
Oh, this guy's such a joke. I've done everything to find out everything I can on this motherfucker. From going to ChatGPT, I've researched fucking Japanese elementary schools. No one knows anything about this guy. No one knows where he went to college. No one had lunch with him in the dining hall. No one knows what he got on his 3rd grade report card. I hate these bullshit stories where you have absolutely no background on anybody. With me, at least, you can go back to my background. You can know what color my underwear was in 4th grade. You can know everything about me. But these guys who write these random white papers and then just disappear because, we take this on an email, that this guy just disappears. He's not interested in it anymore. I just don't believe it.
Dr. Moore, how will I feel after taking our Dr. Spencer in the shower?
But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptogen along with it, and most confused within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Moore protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with adaptogen immunity and your previously relaxed is only available at HealthyLooking.com.
If you really found out what he had to do with it, if anything, I think he's a made-up person, to be honest with you. And I think they've just used pictures of him, to just say that this is who this person is, because there's just no background on him. I think he's just a cover, a facade of deep state intelligence projects for the next level of economies. And if that's not it, if he really did just go into the night, we'd be able to find him. Jesus fucking Christ, man. He's got to have a Facebook account. He's got to have a Twitter. He's got to have something, especially if he was able to publish a white paper. You don't think you need a login account for that? I just don't believe this. And for all these people to throw all this money into it and really just have absolutely no faith on how it started is very, very foolish to me.
Instant feedback on what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong. How to correct that technique. Mantis X is a firearms instructor in your pocket. 94% of the shooters in killed within 20 minutes using Mantis X. The best part of that is you can use your phone. The best shooters in the world do what they call dry fire practice at home. And Mantis X is the best way to train them. No driving range, no spending money on range fees and all. You just save a ton of money and it's good to shoot. Start improving today and get yours at MantisX.com. Just go. MantisX.com.
I have 2 dogs, Sam and Bailey. Both are golden retrievers. 4 cans, viewers, anything in that. Always itching his paws, with soaking wet all day from just constant licking. He has all spots on his back. I just don't like seeing shots and steroids into your dog all the time. That advice is nutrition. Probably 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. It's amazing for that. So Bailey has been 12 years old. He's been a Dynamite dog, and he has 0 issues today. He won't eat the food without Dynamite. When I get out the Dynamite, my dog actually salivates like I'm getting them the treat. Dynamite is the best thing you can use for your dog.
I'm in agreement with you. Somebody's got to be funding that, and nobody just takes random USD, United States dollars, Federal Reserve notes, and then puts that into billboards for crypto without a website associated with it or something else, some other kind of kickback to themselves, because that's why you get a billboard. I honestly, go ahead.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Norrie with you. Lloyd Howell back with us. We'll take calls with Lloyd next hour on Coast to Coast. Websites are all linked up at coasttocoastman.com. This book should be a movie, Lloyd.
Well, we're hoping that I will pay attention to our series once we get our third book out.
What was that paranormal event in your life that convinced you there's something?
Well, I've had a lot of experience with convincing that EFT was real, and even a few with psychokinesis. But the thing that seems to me that ghosts were real, that apparitions were, people survived that, was the case that I had. Started out in late 1984, and then into 1985. It was a case in Livermore, California, with a family of three, plus a grandmother with cancer visits, who had moved into a house after it had been empty for a year and a half after the previous owner had passed away in a hospital. So we have one living owner, one living relative who was in his 90s, and elsewhere who the family could not meet, blocked by an attorney. And when they moved in, unbeknownst to each of them, the others, all four of them, were individually seeing this woman walking through the living room or front down the stairs and waving at them and then disappearing. After a year and a half of living there, the mother called me because her son had admitted that he was having conversations with the ghost on a daily basis. And
I'm in agreement with you. Just in the same way that we reverse engineered perhaps alien technology in 1947 and had to have cover stories for how we developed like the computer transistor, like use Bell Laboratories and all these other kind of like United Labs and things like that. All these like random stories where we got all this advanced technology so that we didn't look into how we really got it. I think is the same kind of cover story that they did with Satoshi and his backstory. Basically, he's in the same way like when we developed the transistor, we didn't. It was just reverse engineered alien technology. Basically, there's like a type of economy. It's like almost like an unknown economy to us that the deep state needs to have the rest of the world abide by. And the way in which they want to do this is through cryptocurrency. And instead of going to one of the major universities out there and say, okay, we want you to publish this, and that's not a very good cover story, because then the people at the university will just say, well, this random person in a black suit came to me and said to start this type of commodity trading. I didn't know anything about it. So instead, they just have this random guy publish this white paper, and then it's like, oh, okay, it's the next big thing, and everybody loves it. And then nobody has any kind of connection with him. We don't know who his parents are. We don't know anything about it. I think it's very, very suspicious. Then on top of that, when you have the idea of cryptocurrencies, I think it's just really another way for the elite or rich to hide their money even better. So essentially, you've got stocks to hide money. That's originally how it was done. And too many people were saying, look, these like rich people have all the stocks. Okay, fine. So then they started diversifying themselves with hedge funds. So then they would just buy stock in the hedge fund, and the hedge fund would buy the stock on their behalf. Well, people are starting to figure that out because there are only so many hedge funds now. Okay, so then they're going to use cryptocurrency to fund the hedge funds, to fund the stock of the companies. And really behind all of that, it's just what it has been for the longest time, which is individual family trusts that essentially control the world. I think it's just another layer to hide money.
Why do ghosts haunt?
Well, first, let me say that living people haunt places.
Explain that.
Well, here's probably the best use of the term haunt.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
That's where that word comes from. And if you watch some old movies from the 30s and 40s, especially the film noir and the detective movies, they're always talking about purpose or suspect hold on. If you're a fan of the TV show Cheers, Norton Swift regulars haunt bars when they're alive. So you have a lot of cases where, in general, the ghosts, the apparitions, when they reappear, they're either going to where their family was, which may be where they used to live, or they go to places that they had a fond memory or affiliation with when they were alive, such as bars and restaurants. That's one good reason why bars and restaurants are haunted, because people like those places. They were regularly there when they were alive. And a lot of times, there are reasons why they haven't left for wherever it is they go.
To reinforce your point, Logan, I've heard it before that he essentially is like the puppet master behind it. It's just, as you know, it's really hard to prove that. But I want you to know I've heard that as well.
Being in denial, that they don't want to admit that they're dead, to not knowing what's next, being afraid of what's next, not wanting to leave their family, not wanting to leave their home, because they're still not letting go of that
not be met by spirit guides who try to assist them and bring them along?
We don't hear from these spirits that has happened at all.
I think it becomes
we hear or really get
either as valuable or more valuable at that point. Essentially that it is what he's a symbol of the elite, and so then you would be like, well, this is obviously what the next phase of this is. There might be a run towards cryptocurrency if they knew someone with such stature was behind it.
Claim to be seeing a deceased relative or friend or someone who's come to help them move on to the next stop.
Perhaps. I mean, people are understanding that your old-fashioned fiat currency has no value anymore. And if they knew that there was this new type of currency that they could use that was easier for them to use, that was instantaneous, that perhaps could allow them some anonymity, and it was run by perhaps someone who was very consistent in economic markets, George Soros, there may be a run for people to actually think that it's a wiser investment because it has more stability. As of right now, they have no idea who's behind it. If we could reveal who's behind it at the end of the day and the Wizard of Oz is George Soros, it wouldn't be that much of a surprise to many people. And on top of that, it would show people that, hey, this is the next phase of currency, of economics, is the blockchain.
I guess it's almost like a checklist. So what makes a near-death experience something psychic or paranormal fiction or field? It doesn't, tick off all the boxes. But one of the big pieces is that many people who are what we consider a good NDE, they never have a ton of experience. They may rise above their body and look at what's happening, whether it's paramedics working on them, they're trapped somewhere, they're on the operating table. They may then move around and be able to remember what they saw elsewhere. In most parts of the world, we get stories about people traveling through a tunnel to a light, and then meeting someone, hearing a voice. Someone they meet might be a relative, might be a religious figure, might just be a light that talks to them. They often talk about having the experience of knowledge, of really knowing everything, kind of the secrets of the universe. When they come back, they know that they knew that, they can't remember any of it. They also feel at peace, and they either get that choice to come back,
at least,
or they chose to come back, or they're told to start the timing. But there's a lot of pieces that fall in here, and in some of the extreme cases where there's little or no brain activity, these people are still having these experiences. And they can last quite a while. And more importantly, for some people, for this percentage of what we consider a good NDE, we find that people have a big shift in certainly their philosophy, personal philosophy, especially towards death, which is not unexpected.
They have
a shift in general to how they deal with other people. Many of them suddenly develop psychic abilities that they didn't have before. Some people have a change in personality. We've seen divorces, we've seen people completely flipping on their jobs and careers and shifting gears after having this experience. And that doesn't happen to everybody who goes with the situation where their heart is stopped or there's lower brain activity. It's only certain people that have that experience. When you start with real phenomena, and of course when you're technology, you're just trying to exaggerate things for story purposes. But where things ring true to people, that has to get them more engaged. That's one of the reasons why I do work on these novels with Rich and Arnold. To give them that sense of reality as we see it. There are other writers. There was a writer by the name of Richard Matheson, who was an amazing science fiction and horror writer. He wrote a number of the original Firestone episodes. He wrote the Hell House, which became the Legend of Hell House. But he also wrote Stranger in Time, and he wrote what Strange May Come, both of which are certainly not horror stories. They ring true, and according to my colleague and friend Darren Taft, who knew Matheson very well, Matheson was incredibly knowledgeable about parapsychology, had an amazing parapsychology library, and he used what he read, what he found in our field, as the basis of many of his stories. And that's a good way to really kind of pick up something that people are going to be able to relate to and feel that there's something real here.
Amazing work that you've been doing, to be sure. What happens in terms of research to really bust this thing
what needs to happen is we need more support, obviously not financially, for people who are really trying to do more research on the subject, survival of bodily death. The Forever Family Foundation tries to at least disseminate the information and support people who can. The Windbridge Research Center, which is in Tucson, Arizona, has been doing amazing work research with mediums and also looking at the techniques and tools of ghost hunting to see whether or not they have anything to them. And then there are a few other places like the Ryan Center that really would like to expand their research program and bring other people in. We'd love to see more people coming into the field of parapsychology. There's a lot of elder statesmen in the field, anonymous younger people coming in, partly because in the United States there's really no academic program in parapsychology. We have our program for the Ryan Center, but no academic program anymore. And that's a problem to bring new blood in. And we need new ideas and new blood, people really interested in this subject. That's going to expand that out. We also know the American public and in general around the world are interested in this subject, and people have had experiences. All the polls show that a lot of people have had what they think is a contact with someone who's deceased at some point in their life. Or have had certainly more people even have psychic experiences. And we need the public behind the field because we're always battling against academic prejudice.
So, did I ever talk to you about my aunt, the late Katrina Scorigula?
I don't think so.
She wrote a book called Breakthrough Creativity. She was a psychologist and psychiatrist who devoted her practice to investigating ESP and telepathy.
Interesting. That sounds familiar.
Over the long time ago, died in a very tragic electric shock. Radio Solomon Tub.
And we find that, people who are outside the field sometimes we will start looking at what we've done in this field, some of the peer-reviewed journals and the more scientific stuff if they're coming from that perspective. And they end up kind of on our side. But there's just way too many people who are afraid to even look at the actual research.
Do you try to teach ghost hunters the right way?
Yeah, I had considered that tonight, earlier tonight. I gave my 6-week lecture on field investigation class. It's going to be introductory ghost hunting ghost hunting course, and actually starting on Wednesday night, I'm teaching a 4-week class looking at the technology that ghost hunters like to use, but also technology that might be useful, environmental sensors and stuff. So,
you do it in person or Zoom now?
These are all online. Yeah, the Ryan Center is all online. Because I live in California, the Ryan Center itself is actually in North Carolina. We have students from all over the world. Currently, I have a couple students in Australia who are taking courses from me. A couple of courses I'm offering through the Ryan Center, and I've had students in South Africa, several in Europe, Canada. I think I have someone taking the investigation class who is in the Netherlands.
What do you think of the work of William Moody?
Moody was, he's the one who really exploded the idea of near-death experiences in some respects initially. That's been taken up by Henry and others. A lot of Moody's work, I think, is excellent. He brought in an old Greek technique called the psychomantium as a way of individuals actually having their own experience of communicating with deceased relatives, which has been studied now from a therapeutic perspective as a grief relief tool. There's been folks who have been taking a look at that. His work has been really interesting, and I think that one of the things that's important about Moody is his emphasis on humanity and the fact that this is really something that is human, and we need to know more about us as people, and this is an area you have to look at.
What kind of equipment do ghost hunters bring with them?
Well, the ghost hunters who are out there following TV shows bring all sorts of equipment with them, which starts with things that you would normally have used even back before any of the TV shows that we were using. So, trying environmental sensors like electromagnetic field detectors, temperature sensors, the thermometers that we're using. We might have a static electricity detector, looking at that, and similar type of devices that specifically look at the environment. Because what we were trying to do, and we still are trying to do, is see.
I'm in agreement with her, but that might not show the strength of Bitcoin and just the weakness of the dollar and inflation.
What are the changes in the environment that might actually suggest that there's something really going of equipment has exploded with the TV shows, and there are a lot of people who are selling equipment with false
That's
claims
exactly
or
right, Logan.
exaggerated claims.
As I understand,
Especially if they're
basically
labeled
the
with the word
SEC
ghost or
requires
spirit on them.
companies, publicly
Which is
traded
unfortunate.
companies, to
And then there's
disclose
also the issue
who their
of
stock
people
owners are once a
seeing
year,
what they are
and
using on
essentially you
TV.
can find this in their
And again,
fiscal
environmental
reports.
searches
So you
seem to
can
be
go
the
in and
best
actually
starting
find
point.
who
There are
owns
those
the most
places called
like
ghost boxes or spirit
Berkshire
boxes,
Hathaway
which
stock or
supposedly
Millennium
randomly
Capital
scan things
Partners
like
or
radio signals.
BlackRock, and they're individual
At
people.
random
And this
times,
this
and they
is
try to make
a lot of
sense
this
that,
is
which is
diversified in other ways.
with the
But
profit
essentially, with
those
cryptocurrency,
those
there
kinds of
isn't an
interviews,
SEC
people are
filing
using
system,
those
so we have
interviews
no
to
idea
talk
who
about
owns
with
what,
very
and it's a
high
much better
relief
way to hide
and
any
they
kind of
won't be
assets
saying
that you
other
have.
things that smack of spirituality in any other way. And it's really them that's moving them, not anything else. So,
Do you know anybody who's ever been hurt on a ghost hunt?
yes, not by ghost.
Not by where they stumble or something.
Yeah, you know, if you're working in the dark, this is one of the problems, one of the reasons we suggest, one of two main reasons we suggest not working in the dark. One of them is that if you're in the dark, you can't see anything, and therefore you're going to potentially hurt yourself.
That's right.
And especially since people are extremely suggestible, if they're especially waiting for something paranormal to happen, we are not, there's this idea that suddenly you cut off your sense of sight and suddenly your other senses are better. Well, that might develop over a lifetime. It doesn't happen instantly.
Why don't we take a short break and come back and take phone calls with you next? Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com. Individual Octopus Day is this week. So what's the spot? Every day at the marketplace. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Toronto. Number 5.
Play and dog. You can get up to $100 in dining credits at the marketplace and play flat with Silverboard cards. Or Rare County Gift Giveaway. Get a handy hat maker when you earn 500 points on your reward card. The 13th or 14th, 3. Boxer Down with Dion Cole live June 10th. Get your tickets now.
Number 2.
Lucky you. A room with a view. Get $20 in free play and a t-shirt for $99. Collect day 2 to 24. At 888-999.
And the number 1 reason.
It's madness at Sci-Fi Sports Bar. Our entire 30-foot long deep freeze is throwing bananas with college football all month.
Morelia Casino Resort and Spa. No wonder. Good time. For everybody. Hey, Team Shark, if you're planning on going solar or even thinking about going solar, then listen up. Time is running out to secure the best possible solar reimbursement with the state of California. Last year, the state and your utility company got together and changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. And you can guess it's not as good for you and me. In fact, it's about 75% less than the old system. The good news is there is a grandfathering period, and you can still permanently lock in those amazing rates. Time is running out. The deadline to have your solar documents filed is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux. Call today. Sunlux will walk you through how to lock in the current rate. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Call Sunlux and get your documents filed. There is no time to waste to lock in the best returns on solar power that you will ever see. Start today at sunlux.com. Sunlux.com. PSLV 1 to ViralRabbi. Everywhere on our radio app. KFI, AM 640. More stimulated talk. What you need to know and when you need to know it.
P22, Barry. I'm Bree Hamilton, the KFI 24-hour newsroom. P22 was buried over the weekend in a private ceremony. Tribal leaders say the location will not be made public to preserve the site, but he was buried in the Santa Monica Mountains. A pair of teen hikers stranded in the snow for 3 days have been rescued. They were on the Pacific Crest Trail, packed for a 10-day hike when the storm came in. They're going to be okay. The Oscars are on Sunday. There are already street closures. All lanes of Hollywood Boulevard are closed from Orange Drive to Highland until 6 a.m. on the 15th. MTA will reroute bus traffic and subway trains starting on Saturday. Walgreens says it won't dispense abortion pills by mail in some Republican-run states for fear of breaking the law. Governor Newsom says California will no longer do business with Walgreens because of that action. Not clear if the governor is ending Walgreens in California or just not sending them state business. A man is charged with trying to stab a flight attendant on a flight from Los Angeles to Boston with a broken spoon. Brian Cook has the story.
Federal prosecutors say it happened on a United Airlines flight Sunday night after the suspect attempted to open an emergency door. The 33-year-old Massachusetts man was tackled by other passengers. No one on the flight was hurt, and the suspect was taken into custody when the plane landed in Boston.
Gas prices are getting very close to $5 a gallon in SoCal. AAA says the average price for a gallon of super gasoline in LA County is now $4.94. More rain for SoCal this week. The National Weather Service says it's a 1,000-mile-wide atmospheric river. It's expected to arrive on Friday. And then get ready, another bigger storm is in the forecast for the following Tuesday. Southbound weather from KFI, mostly sunny skies today, highs around 60. Right now it's 47 in Stanton. Out in Javita, 50, 42 in Agora, and 44 in Riverside. News is local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Kenneth.
The Woodland Hills, there is a hotel. This is on the southbound from Topanga Canyon to Havenhurst. Caltrans has the 2 left lanes shut down for both work until 6. And in Irwindale, we have 15. Third impact on the 605 northbound at the 210 has been cleared from lanes. Your drive is recovering in that area. Upland, this is on the 210 eastbound at Kansas Avenue. We have a countdown car picking up the off-ramp right there. You've got a bunch of people approach. Okay, high in the sky, let's get you there faster on my advance. Newsmax says if you're tired of the censorship of conservative views, here's the link. David Horowitz, the state authorized conservative speaker, just posted a YouTube video talking about voting irregularities in the 2020 election. Not surprisingly, his video was banned, of course, from YouTube. In his new bestseller, Final Battle, David Horowitz is warning America that big tech and their social media platforms are damaging American institutions and threatening our freedoms. So David Horowitz explains how companies like Facebook, Twitter, Google, and YouTube control information flows with the power to selectively censor news feeds. In Final Battle, Horowitz also warns that a group of secret players are working to change America, weakening its social fabric and working to undermine the possibility of bipartisan solutions to common problems. Mike Huckabee strongly recommends this book. Newsmax calls Final Battle the year. Get Final Battle in bookstores. Check out the free offer and pay for your dollars. Call 1-800-NEWSMAX, 1-800-NEWSMAX, or go to finalbattle611.com. Finalbattle611.com and get your free copy today. Spring travel season is almost here, and whether you're planning to jet off to Japan or cruise around Greece, don't forget to add language learning to your itinerary. The Rosetta Stone app will transform the way you travel. Learn useful words and phrases that will not only help you get around more easily, but also have experiences with the new people and places you'll discover. Through March 22nd, get 30% off a lifetime subscription to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages. Purchase today at rosettastone.com. If you're looking to get out of your house, everywhere while you're moving, or maybe you've inherited a home, and now what you're doing, usually you go to a real estate agent, 6%, and you're told to clean and keep and repair, and buyers are going to walk through, the house has to be pristine, and if you don't live there, you have to buy. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com, a local family-owned business, Janet and Ned, brother and sister. I love the way they do business. Now, there are a lot of schmucks out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call the DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no-obligation offer, even if it's cash financial foreclosure. Go to DirectBuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, DirectBuyers.com.
Parents and caregivers can take out children covered flag. It's important to talk to children in age-appropriate language and approach the discussion in a calm and sensitive way to help them cope. This Child Helpful Moment is brought to you by ChildHelp.com.
Radio flavored Coca-Cola. Actually, they stop us, right? So, you want a soda that tastes like Bill Hill? Bill Hill. How do you want to go there? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the Air Radio. This is Jacob Emma. If you've been with an accident, please call 24 KFI AM 640. To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-0109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free from East Carolinas, call 800-825-5033. From West of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George through Skype, use Skype name George 97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Well, this hour we'll continue chatting with Lloyd Auerbach about the paranormal world, but we'll take your calls as well. Coast to Coast AM. Secret Sissy Pocket Radio happens to be one of the most popular pocket radios on the market today. It has unbeatable AM and FM reception, and the audio is crisp and clear for its small size. And you can listen with your built-in speaker or its amazing audio using the fitted CC earbuds. A high-quality earbud, by the way, are tuned for voice clarity and really sounds great. The CC Pocket Radio has 5 memory buttons. You can instantly select your favorite.
Is it Google Meet?
Also makes a great emergency.
Not Google Meet?
It has a lighted dial. And no Aruba band for the emergency alert. It's got a very lightweight and durable part to it, and it's very easy to hold with rubber sides and a pocket. It makes the CC Pocket Radio ready to go.
I've used this on the right-hand side. When you go into Gmail, there's like your mail on the left and then the right, and then it's like a little video room.
To order the CC Pocket Radio and receive the free shipping all 2 claims right now or anytime. 1-800-522-8863. 1-800-522-8863 or visit them at seacrane.com. And visit Seacrane online, sign up for their Seacrane newsletter. You are the first to know about exclusive offers. Having repairs done in your life should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressure for sexual abuse.
When I was in profit, turned into the maintenance man asking, why don't we get to know each other better? I needed my air conditioner fixed, so my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission. My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
I'm still disappointed that your carrier won't let you upload the 40 megabyte amount. And I'm disappointed in Gmail. I think they have a 25 megabyte limit. I mean, with the advancements of technology, don't you think they would raise these limits?
So I called her and filed a complaint with my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit hub.gov/fairhousing. That's hub.gov/fairhousing.
I think it has to do with they don't want people to be able to spread information, like just send somebody a documentary. That kind of ability to change someone's life so quickly is something that they don't want.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. Going forward with Lloyd Corbeck. Lloyd, did you ever have any doubts about the paranormal end of the world?
I really didn't, because when I growing up and actually reading material from the field, even as a young teenager, and talking to parents about the New York area, I really felt that there was no reason why this phenomenon could not occur, why people couldn't be psychic. So I didn't have any doubts there. There was some doubt about the interpretation of those things, but not that it existed.
Have you ever been scared of some of them?
Not by the paranormal or psychic things, certainly by living people.
People scared, right?
Well, I mean, people can carry guns and knives, and ghosts don't.
There's the proliferation of ghost hunting and other paranormal TV shows called The Explosion of Groups.
What's really interesting, one of my students at the Ryan Center was also taking courses at a college in sociology, and for a project back in 2015, she ended up creating a database, a spreadsheet of active ghost hunting groups that were groups that had active websites. And she canvassed the U.S. site, a U.S. group, and found, well, it's not counting after 3,000. That was in 2015. So these groups tend to split because people invite or get bored or go off in their own direction. So we probably have 3,000 groups in the U.S. at this point. Each one containing a lot of people. Yeah, it's a lot.
What are they looking for?
I think there's so many who are really just looking to have an experience that matches what they can read. I know that with ghost hunting conferences, the paranormal conferences, they tend to be fan conferences, almost like a Star Trek conference, but for ghost hunters. They really aren't learning much. They're hearing their viewers and other people that kind of fall into that realm talk about their experiences. It's almost like some of them are actually trying to meet other people with the same kind of experience, the same interest. Some of them have a genuine curiosity, but for the most part, they seem to want to hold on to this idea that the evidence for them, and this became the same evidence over and over again, is enough. And for us, it's not doing what's really going on.
You've written a lot of books on ESP as well.
Yeah, well, I've written a number of books on ghosts, that related stuff. I've written books like Psychic Dreaming. It also covers mainly ESP work. Co-authored a book called ESP Work, which is work about the U.S. and Soviet psychic spying programs. There's a couple of guys who are involved in those programs. And, I've written a book on reincarnation and Shamanic possession as well over the years.
Why did you think the U.S. stopped those programs?
Well, that's actually part of our book. The reason the program stopped, Stargate stopped in 1995 was...
I disagree with that. Facebook's been doing the same bullshit. Snapchat's been doing the same bullshit. The reason why you hear about TikTok is because it is affecting the advertising dollars of Facebook, of Twitter, of Snapchat, and these are American companies. And that's why they say to the American media and the American government, do not allow this within the United States. But they're doing the exact same thing and have been for 10 years.
Essentially, the CIA was on the chopping block, apparently, or at least consideration of cutting their funding. So they had just been given the program back. They started as the organization, the government agency that was behind the program originally when it started, and the program bounced around between other government agencies. Kind of with the CIA at a time when the CIA was worried about their existence or what kind of funding they get. And any project that might have had been a problem politically and or socially for that matter, which to them, this was a woo-woo thing to many of them, they kind of trimmed it, they got rid of it. And that's pretty much what happened to that particular program. There are some other factors that were involved also, but one of the things that they found out is that the CIA was doing a study to determine if they should continue the program, and they were supposed to be looking at all the records, all the data from the program itself over the years, the 20-plus years that it's been in existence. But according to the man who locked up and sealed the records, the checks of D.C., the land actually, one that checked those boxes at the CIA
after the report had come out saying that there's nothing to it, he found that those boxes were not open. So they only based their decision on a very limited amount of information from the last couple of years of the program when things were already winding down, which is a big mistake. There's real success in that program. And in fact, they have put together in kind of filtered surface. It's through he and Brian Morlock have picked through the 90,000 pages that were declassified. They came up with 4 volumes of the story that people can buy. And then, it was a huge effort. But Sonali was the one who really did it. One of the interesting things is in the 4th volume, there are a lot of political memos that explain how the program happened. And there were even memos that were unredacted. She found memos that were redacted by different people. The same memos redacted differently by different people, and she stitched the two together and recreated some of the documents.
Looking at the extrasensory perception, do you think people really have these incredible abilities?
Yes. But for the most part, they don't produce for most of us, except in certain circumstances, information that is any better than our normal senses. So we may be, when we think about what we're seeing and hearing, we actually may be incorporating in the perception process information coming from the channel, the psychic channel as well.
Secrecy and democracy
through our sight, through our hearing, because it's not really different enough from our sight or hearing that it doesn't make a difference for us. But then occasionally there are things that do pop up, and most people have these experiences where they get the information and they don't know where it came from, but they don't assume it's psychic. I mean, most of us are trained through our education system and our family or religion not to believe in this stuff. That's why kids are more psychic than adults.
That's true. Let's go to the phones east of the Rockies. We have Dallas and Rockwall, Texas. Dallas, welcome to the show.
I want to get really,
Yes.
I really am like bored. And I think Tommy knows my heart. I tell you, my heart is really. I go home, my house is home. And I can walk here for cigarette. It's like, to go to dinner, they have dinner still right there. It was like, you know, I could say,
Did you see them or just feel them?
oh, it was almost like I could smell. I felt them. I can see it in the world was, I had to do my house, and it's like,
It's like one of those things that I believe that he said that they really tried to whitewash.
was probably doing, I was doing until everybody had passed away in my family, the first person.
Do you know anything more about it? The year, location, anything else?
In my house, and I'm not young for that to happen, but he was actually there, but my father, my mother, everybody in my family, and I just was watching it break off, like,
Is it a haunting if your relatives are there?
Well, you know, with the relatives, it would be a haunting if the relatives had been there and left kind of a recording behind, but if they're actually interacting or aware.
Well, I'm not willing to say that. He was murdered November 22nd, 1963. It is very easy for the conspirators, perhaps, to rewrite the history book, so to speak, and whitewash that information.
This is what mediums do, good mediums do also. They let you know that. And the majority of experiences people...
There are other theories, too. I don't know if you know about the silver certificates. Essentially, he was going to make it so that you could get the Federal Reserve note would be backed by silver. I believe it's Executive Order like 333. I'll look it up 1 second. And there's not a whole lot of, I mean, there's evidence that he did this. So this was June 4th, 1962. Oh, I'm sorry, it was Executive Order 11110. And it authorized the Secretary of the Treasury to print silver certificates during a transition period, which would have affected the currency because it was based on gold. There were, and then there's also the idea that he might have talked about UFOs. But I'm interested in that quote where it was, because I mean anybody can just take something, put it, okay.
Traumatic sometimes, but they can't hurt us in other ways. So the moment in St. Louis, welcome to the show. Hey, Norm, go ahead. Hey, great stuff. Thank you. Yeah, I heard your Jeff talking about, the near-death experience and going through tunnels and whatnot, and that happened twice in my life. Like, well, I was clinically dead over 25 minutes, both from a wound, one from a gun, and one from a bow and arrow. And anyway, yeah. So when you say near-death experience,
now that I definitely believe. I mean, I'm not willing to put my life on it, but let's think about it. It would have been a speech to essentially like the Teamsters Union, like the labor union, and nobody's necessarily, I should say, in that environment, no one is likely to be taking a transcript of that in such an environment. It's not like he said it to a newspaper or something like that. I could absolutely see him saying that.
Pretty much in heaven, I could see angels, and my grandpa was there, my Italian grandpa too, and 2 or 3 people, not relatives, but friends that had passed on, and there were angels there, and then I came up and left Jesus and something.
Whenever I look up something somewhat interesting like that, and I see all kinds of stuff that says fact check, right when I Google it, I'm already really suspicious that it's true. You have to go back and fulfill some purposes. Because it's like they already want to change my mind about it.
Very reluctant because once you're in heaven, it's like I've heard this before, that a lot of people don't want to come back. Yeah, we did hear that. And in those circumstances, those people are not necessarily, obviously, they're back because otherwise they can tell us. But they don't want to come back because there's this sense that they remember that they knew so much more when they were on the other side, when they're in that world, right? That they were so much more peaceful, so they don't want to come back. But they're either that we have something we have to do in life to fulfill it individually, or there's a greater plan. It's hard to say what that is, but we're hoping you got to go back. We're just going to give you a taste. You have to go back. And then there are some people that are given that choice, but for the most part, I think people are just told they're going back. In that great movie that Robin Williams, What Dreams May Come. Yeah. How true was it? Well, again, that's with the Matheson book, which is the movie was good. I think the book was much better. This is based on the idea that some cultures have that we make our own afterlife, that what we expect, what we go through, our trauma from life may actually be presented to us. If you remember in the movie, his wife was experiencing things essentially like hell because she had committed suicide and she was depressed and all of that still stuck with her. So she would have to move past that in order to kind of experience what would be heaven, if you might call it that. So we don't really know. I mean, let's face it, we don't know for a fact what the afterlife's like because we're only getting this from people who, in all cultures, who claim spirit contact and the description from people on the other side. It's amazingly common and similar around the world, but there is that element of how we, as human beings, the mediums themselves and other people, interpret what they're perceiving or what they're given. Fact is, if you're shown something that you can't put words to, you have to come up with a way of describing it. And if the afterlife is so different from life here in the physical world, we might not have words, the mediums might not have words to even describe it to us. Trying to describe a color to someone who has never been able to see. That's a good point. Let's go to Scott, the first Mesa, California, west of the Rockies. Hey, Scotty, go ahead.
Hey, Lloyd. Hey, George. Thanks for letting me be part of the conversation tonight.
So,
Hi there. Well, I had an incident that happened maybe a decade or so ago where I fell off a ladder about 17 feet high, and I landed on my head.
oh,
And it was serious, but it could have been a lot worse. Too. But as I was falling, and I sort of self-analyzed after the fact that I felt developed in protection.
like a bubble?
Well, yeah, like a cocoon. I just felt like,
You know, I think it fell in slow motion to you, too.
well, I do, and I know that there's a scientific explanation for that your heightened senses, your brain goes to overload, and it's
I asked ChatGPT about that quote, and it says John F. Kennedy made this statement during a speech he gave to the Newspaper Publishers Association in the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York City on April 27, 1961. In the speech, he discussed the need for a free and independent press and a democratic society. This is that same speech that I was saying. This speech starts, if it's the exact same speech that ChatGPT thinks it is, yeah, exactly. And warned of the dangers of secret societies and the growing threat of communism. He also alluded to a later conspiracy to control and manipulate society, which he vowed to expose before leaving office. While the full extent of what Kennedy was referring to remains a topic of debate and speculation, his words have become a part of a historical record and continue to intrigue and inspire people to this day. So then why is it when you Google it, it's all these people, fact checkers, saying that he never said this? So now we have to get to this speech, which is the Newspaper Publishers Association speech at the Waldorf Astoria in April 27, 1961, and we just need the words from it.
People do sometimes feel that, especially someone in the family line, a grandparent especially, maybe sticking around to watch over you. There have been many cases.
Well, giddy up. That's what we're going to do, baby.
Falls or other types of accidents where they came out of it in a way that just baffled everyone. Like they were somehow in a cocoon, like we described as a bubble. And that may have come from outside, or it also may have come from the individual, because we do have psychokinetic potential, also mind over matter potential to even protect ourselves in those circumstances.
At the moment of death or near death, do relatives that have been deceased always show up?
No, there are plenty of people who are in the process of dying in hospice, and they don't ever have that deathbed vision experience. Or maybe they do, and they just don't want to talk about it. And obviously, for other people at the moment of death, unless they survive that moment of death, or to communicate back through a medium, we really don't know.
Yeah, I've heard that before. When reincarnation occurs, what happens to that ghost from that previous life?
That's a very, very.
So, I mean, ChatGPT could be wrong. The one where he says the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and secret proceedings. That one is the president and the press before the American Newspaper Publishers Association. Now we have to find where he says, if it's in this speech or another one, that there is a plot to enslave the American people.
If he was still kicking around now, I assume I did have an experience with him after he died, but then nothing. So I'm assuming he's on the other side. Whatever that is, if we reincarnated, and I still could ask a medium to try to talk to him, I might be talking to him in the equivalent of 1989, because it just connects with different time periods. That's one of the things they've told me. But we tend not to have reincarnation cases, which we work with mainly with kids who remember previous lives, and we tend not to have ghosts of those people showing up anywhere.
Let's take a quick break, Lloyd, and come back with final calls in a moment. Coast to Coast Radio.
I'm Bree Dennis in the Camp I 24-hour newsroom. Storm recovery continues in the San Bernardino County mountains. Crews have the main roads plowed. They're now open, working on side streets to get food and other resources into residents. The roads are open to residents only. National Guard is assisting in food distribution and digging folks out. Walgreens says it won't dispense abortion pills by mail in some Republican-run states for fear of breaking the law. Governor Newsom says California will no longer do business with Walgreens because of that action. It's not clear if the governor is ending Walgreens in California entirely or just not sending them state business. The U.S. is confirming a gunman has assaulted and kidnapped 4 American citizens in northeastern Mexico. There are reports the 4 were seeking medical procedures, and this may have been a case of mistaken identity. South on weather from KFI, mostly sunny skies, highs around 60. Right now it's 49 in La Palma. Westminster is 48. It's 45 in Ventura and 47 in Culver City. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
In downtown Dallas, there is a whole freeway closure just on the 405 northbound from Magnolia to Boulevard. All lanes together. Shut down for road work until 5. And in downtown LA, the Trailer 10 westbound up at 110. Through that first urban earlier tracks out of lanes and on the right shoulder. Watch for slowing in that area. Woodland Hills, there is a work zone 101 southbound from Topanga Canyon to Havenhurst. Southwest has the 2 left lanes shut down for road work. KFI and the Sky hopes to get you there faster over in advance. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital, so early I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? Now, really? I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a secret. Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's Really Know Really right there. Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Hey, it's Team Sharp. Clean and healthy water is essential for living your best life. Life Source is a whole house water system that will change that life. Life Source gives you filtered and delicious water from every tap, filtering out the bad, keeping the good, no maintenance needed. And right now, new customers can get a free atmosphere antibacterial filter that's qualifying purchase. That's an $825 value. So call Life Source today at 800-803-2696 or go to lifesourcewater.com. Life Source, feel the difference. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI, AM 640. KFI, AM 640. There's the day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. There's a somebody I want you to see. I hope that she turns out to be someone who always be true to 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the city of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. On the next Coast to Coast program, Dr.
I do, because
ClinicalHealthNews.com joins us, so make sure you're part of the program.
sometimes we have long periods of silence, and I honestly don't know if it's me or if it's the room, so I just dropped out. That's why.
You can watch them by signing up at BeyondBelief.com. BeyondBelief.com. Of course, our YouTube channel is available for.
So I'm finding this thing, at least with ChatGPT. I'm not saying it's the be-all and all, but it's telling me that it happened April 27, 1961. But then when I ask about that quote, like where in the speech it says it, then it says after a second check, it seems that he did not say this again, and it says yes, he said it April 27, 1961. So I'm kind of in this loop. I mean, honestly, this is one of those speeches that it's like one of his most famous speeches, especially in like the fringe politics. And I would say that I wouldn't be surprised. Well, this is recorded as well, so like maybe we just get that entirety, because I listened to the entirety of that speech. But I mean, if we had his voice saying it, then I think it'd be much more famous, and you couldn't just fact check it. Be like, here's his voice. There's something very interesting about this quote that we cannot find it. It's almost like it's been removed in the history books.
The next thing that we're looking at is we're looking at salt meat or ramen to actually increase the energy source for that.
Yeah, definitely. That one's recorded, and at least ChatGPT is saying that when President Kennedy talked about every man, woman, and child being enslaved, that it was in the same speech, but we're not able to find that. We're not able to find that he ever said that every man, woman, and child would be enslaved, but we're trying to find that.
Order now and receive free gift Be Slim refreshing weight loss tablets. Accelerate, elevate, and Be Slim. Order now at healthylooking.com or 800-394-9930.
Well, this would have happened in 1961, and President Kennedy was already making enemies then. I would say though that I don't think it was tied. The silver certificates took place June 4th, 1960. So that was in the same year that he died. I think though that if you ask me really why he was killed, it wasn't because of silver certificates or UFOs or secret societies. He was killed because he wanted the United Nations to research on the ground the Israeli nuclear program, and the Israeli officials said no, and it still to this day hasn't been researched, and I think he lost his life over it.
No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but it's easy to help protect yourself with Lifeline.
I mean, back then, so Israel was 15 years old, and for a little country to tell the biggest superpower on earth, and including the United States as well, that they weren't allowed to, the United Nations as well, that they weren't allowed to view what was going on with Israel's nuclear program, was seen as outrageous to America, essentially. But to this day, it still has not been declassified. Israel's nuclear program still has not been declassified. And we've had quite a few presidents since John F. Kennedy, and none of them have put any pressure on him since.
Hiding in my air conditioner pit. My building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission. My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your housing isn't just wrong, it's against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances or refusing to make repairs because we do not sexual favors. If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with us.
So I called HUD and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair Housing, The law is on your side. To learn more, visit hub.gov/fairhousing. That's hub.gov/fairhousing. You fear for your safety, call 911. Public service message from HUD. Public with the National Fair Housing. And welcome back. Our final linked up at coasttocoastrading.com, including the latest one of these books. It's rainyandday.com, and we've got some stuff for coast to coast again because it's not spelled the way you think it. Right, Lloyd? That's right. All right, back to the calls. Let's go to Lisa in Portland, Oregon. Welcome to the show. Hi, Lisa.
Hello, George. Hi, Lloyd. This is TRILLIONAIRE. I know several things going on here, so I have a couple questions. The first one is, I'm not sure what you'd like to spend about 20 years since I've had one, so I can't give you reference to that.
You haven't had a TV in 20 years?
Yeah, a little.
You've got radios, right?
That's it. There's also a silver good source for the attachment for the my question is what advice would you give me to help them to cross the city? They don't know how long they've been here. And so everywhere they said they are, they don't see anybody, they see no tunnel, they see darkness, they don't even know how long they've been here. And if it has to help them to cross, then maybe beyond where they can do that.
Okay, that's a good question. And I'll give you the advice that several of the mediums I've worked with.
They will be very, very important, especially in electronics. No, you don't understand. It has more value in electronics than gold does. Well, then you don't know a whole lot about commodities. You need to understand silver has more of a value in computers.
There's probably a fear factor as to what's next for them. Remember, these are people. So what they need to really do is just kind of relax and literally stop. They need to let go. They need to just assume that something is going to pull them in the right direction. And if they feel pulled in any way, shape, or form, they need to go with it, regardless of what they are.
Silver has a higher melting point than gold does. It is used more in electronic components than gold is.
But you can kind of give them the proverbial mental kick in the butt to move on in that way. But it works. It does tend to work. That's what we
gold is currently used in electronics, but silver is as well. And that's wonderful. Honestly, we're not talking about how much gold you own. We're talking about the value of silver and how it's drastically undervalued, and it absolutely is. What Dan is saying is absolutely true. Buy silver. It is well under.
Secondly, there's always something. There's always something we all have on our bucket list, a place we never got to go to, and they're not stuck in a location. They're probably there because you can pick up on them, not because of the house itself. So they can go elsewhere on their own free volition if they want to. Remember, they can take a plane if they want to. Nobody will stop them.
And we have some news mediums talking about dusting your house with sage.
Yeah, the same thing that with basically smuggling it with burning sage. Unfortunately, in some respects, that's cultural appropriation. That was a particular Native American tradition, and there's a ritual behind that in the Native American tradition that is not being done when you just simply burn sage.
I can see in the next 10 years, the price of silver outpace the price of gold to the point that we see. We're just saying it has use in computer electronics, and that has a really big market that's going to make it much more valuable than it currently is.
There are people, if they are afraid, trying to help them is the right way to go, as much as possible.
So the truck driving in upstate New York, welcome to
No, energy's my guard, sweetheart.
Hi, George. Hi, Lloyd.
Did I stutter? Energy is my God, sweetheart.
My grandfather died in an accident. That night, he visited me.
That may have been what you heard. That's not what I said. Hey, how much gold do you have? That was really interesting. Please tell us about it.
But we bought a talk more about this. Yeah. And my question is about animal feed too. Because when we first got the home, we were looking at the real pictures and how we made them.
Word. I'll put my guns down. Shout out to you, Taylor. It worked.
Showed the people at the closing, they were shocked because that was the person who owned the house for 65 years. Then the first night
So we won't be buying Taylor any silver for her birthday, but definitely Dan Freeman. He knows what's up when it comes to silver. Listen to him. Listen to him on Palladium as well. He knows what's up.
and I calmed them all down, bed prayers and all that. And my one dog was just being serious about it. He would just watch something walk right by him and start barking at it all the time. You know, and as far as animals being that seeing spirits that we can't see.
They're pretty tuned in, I think. The animals like we've lost voice, so call them. Go back to I'm convinced that these animals do have the ability. You there, John?
Yeah, sure.
These animals, if we've lost noise, we're trying to get it back. But
Also, I've had an animal cat, and that night that he passed one of our dogs, and two of the dogs were really close. We were crying, we put him on our back as well as horse. And then I distinctly heard his bark. He had a specific bark. And it was a light sound. I didn't see that the light. And we ran to the back porch and he still passed. But as my other two dogs are next to me, they watched something walk past them.
Right. There's once he died, especially, he became like almost he was a martyr. Yeah, a legend or a martyr for some people, where I could see them attributing quotes to him erroneously. What he said wasn't that crazy, that there's a plot out to enslave every man, woman, and child. That's not that crazy of a thing to say. And I mean, if he's out there saying that, secrecy in an open society is repugnant, those kind of go against the grain, so to speak. I am willing to believe that he said it, and I really think that it probably got whitewashed from the record. In what speech did he say it? I don't know, and I don't want to say the only thing that I have to say that this guy said this is someone's meme from their Facebook, but that's about all we have right now, to my knowledge. Am I wrong?
So we pulled up to the alley down, and I took a few pictures, and I looked at the pictures, and the brand new there on iPhone, and you particularly see like the spirit activity in front of the house. So everything else was perfectly clear, and you see like the spirit activity, like a ball of spirit activity in front of the house. No one can explain it.
I am a Freemason. I can tell you right now that there's no connection between Freemasonry and UFOs, at least when you're normal Freemasonry. I am a Freemason, Los Cerritos Lodge. No, they don't make us a Freemason if our last name is Rothschild. It's something that I chose to do. So I'm a Freemason, but I can tell you that the term UFO or alien, if you used it in Lodge, you'd be seen as a strange person. Well, here's the thing, Taylor. I kind of thought that what you did. No. I completely understand. I thought what you did. I thought I'd get there and they would tell me all the secrets, and there'd be like a UFO at the end of my degrees, and they'd be like aliens. What was it? Well, it's the act of the first rite, so it's about an hour-long process, and the rest of the lodge is there. I can't give away all the secrets to it, but essentially, there are some secret passwords that are given, but trust me, there are no UFOs or aliens. It has a lot to do, I would say, with history. It's all history. It's not futuristic. Sorry, two questions at once. Go ahead.
And you hear about these stories where people unfortunately left their animal behind, their pet behind, they moved thousands of miles away, and somehow a few weeks later that dog or cat shows up.
trailing them, which they could not possibly have done by chance.
No, Taylor, I'm just telling you, I thought the same thing. Like, I get in, and then they'd be like, all right, well, here's all the secrets, and like, we get a free trip to Area 51, and Bob, you get to hang out with Bob Inside. It is not like that at all. It's like a bunch of old people who memorize what is called ritual, and it almost becomes its own little religion, though it's not called a religion because people do have their own religion within it, but it becomes such ritual and tradition that it becomes its own life religion, though it is not.
Near the end of the book, he says, your whole life would be for nothing, which you did not survive death.
Word. Yeah, so that's different. That's different. Now, we can get into that. No, it is. It is. So if you just look at normal Freemasonry, there's 3 levels to it, and that's as high as you go. But when you get into the New World Order, that's when you get into like the Council of 300 and the Rosicrucians and all these kind of high level elements of society, which are higher levels of secret societies, but not necessarily related to Freemasonry. Aren't we all? I want to get to the top. Okay, that's fine. I want to get to the top. Why? Because I want to know all the secrets of the world. So I can tell you this. If you want to do that, perhaps the best ways to do it are through secret societies, but not necessarily through that one. Though there are branch offs that you can certainly follow, but that one does not reveal to you the secrets of the world. If you want to get up there and you want to get in the Bohemian Grove and all of that, you really have to start moving with movers and shakers, which you can do there, but they have to invite you into separate societies there for that one.
Mark Twain was a member of the Society of Executive Research. Charles Dickens actually was a member of the London.
Definitely, I want to. I mean, I've seen it. If you've ever seen the documentary, it's very interesting what they do there. I believe I've seen 2 of them. There's one the BBC put out, and I believe he puts one out. It's very interesting. What in the hell are all these guys doing there? Why they're out there, I know, we've seen it. Why wouldn't you want to see that in person? It seems like an interesting retreat weekend in the beginning of the summer in, Northern California.
Somebody wants you back here.
This is where they develop like nuclear plans for World War I, World War II, World War III. Even though they say weaving spiders shouldn't go there, people who thank you so much. That is not kind of how the people are. They all have their own plots that control the world. I want to get in on that. I think we all do in a little bit of a way. And if you don't, I think you're fooling yourself.
You are protecting yourself to make sure that you stick around until that vision of yours comes true. I keep telling James and Brinkley, who was sick 3 times and died, that they keep sending them back. They don't want them. He's rejected. James, New York City, east of the Rockies. James, go ahead. Hello? Hi, James. Yes, 2012. Something strange happened to me. Right to see on the ground. The pictures belong. One gold, one ring. A game for personal game for multi-colored lights. Very different colored lights. And it was exactly like different colored lights coming off your favorite flashlight. And I was surprised.
Everything Taylor's saying is correct. The idea, and I was once like she was, where I was like, dude, we need to bring all these people down, yada, yada, yada. Here's what I learned. If you run a world-like simulation 1,000 times, every single time, one small group will come out as the dominant power in the end. So basically what we have playing out amongst society isn't a bunch of evil people like we see it perhaps, but it's actually just normal what happens when you run any type of simulation under these conditions.
Without more information, there's things like ball lightning and things like that, the plasma effects, which are
Meaning, if the people who currently control the world didn't, and we ran the simulation again, some other similar group would end up, if given enough time, running the world and having the very similar types of organizations that take place.
And I've done medical hypnosis, which is through everything from autoimmune diseases to just everything that we did in drug school. I just have to learn about it. And then there's emergencies too, and there's no training for medical hypnosis.
I thought we could live in a world where it would be like perfect equality, but it doesn't work like that. If you did have that at any moment, one person could essentially take over the world. And that's essentially what ends up happening when you have these small groups that eventually take over the world, and when you run these simulations. And when you look at it as these groups are not necessarily, maybe they are evil, but no matter what group was in place, no matter how you ran out this simulation, it would come out in the same way. It's not as evil to me. It's now more interesting.
Okay, very good. We're almost out of time. Lloyd, I want to thank you for being part of the program. Where do people get Afterlife?
They get Afterlife, and the other books are written on Amazon.com. You'll find a lot of them on BarnesandNoble.com, so BN.com as well. And you can also order them through your bookstore for the most part. The website for Afterlife and the other novel, Near Death, is www.raineyandday, RANEYANDDAYE.com.
Let's not let 4 years go by this time, okay?
Please, let's not, yeah.
Thanks again. Lloyd Oliver.
It's funny, I know Jesuits who are Freemasons, and according to the Roman Catholic Church, you're not allowed to be a Freemason. So they're actually breaking Roman Catholic law by doing something.
I'm George Norrie, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe.
Exactly.
This is hard to admit, but when I was in junior high school, I was bullied so badly I cried. Hello, I'm Johnny Coyne, founder of Riverdale Farm. I was named O'Donnell after my grandfather, but as a kid, I was teased for having that name. So I changed it to John. John is the English version of O'Donnell, and it means to honor my grandfather. My family and heritage are important to me, but staying true to myself and Riverdale Plumbing are important. Staying true to Riverdale Plumbing means to the youth and delivering world-class service. That's why my cell phone number is on the back of every Riverdale Plumbing business card. Call it at 866-877, and we'll keyboard your line for $77. That's 866-877. Thank you.
CL 1028886. If you're looking to get out of your house, doesn't matter why you're moving, or maybe you've inherited a home, and now what do? Usually you go to a real estate agent, 6%, and you're told to clean, repair, and buyers are going to walk through, the house has to be pristine, and if you don't live there, then you have to die. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com, a local family-owned business, Janet and Matt, brother and sister. I love the way they do business. Now, there are a lot of schmucks out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no-obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance before closing. Go to DirectBuyers.com. Call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, DirectBuyers.com. We're not just doing smart speakers. We're in a couple of smart ears as well.
from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Former LA News doctor Bruce Hensel has been sentenced to 2 years probation for asking a 9-year-old for nude photos. He pleaded no contest to the charges. He now has to register as a sex offender. SoCal's famous mountain lion P-22 was buried over the weekend in a private ceremony. Tribal leaders say the location will never be made public to preserve the site, but he was buried in the Santa Monica Mountains. The Oscars are on Sunday, and there are already street closures. All lanes of Hollywood Boulevard are closed from Orange Drive to Highland until 6 a.m. on the 15th. MTA will reroute bus traffic and subway trains starting on Saturday. A pair of teen hikers stranded in the snow for 3 days have been rescued. They were on the Pacific Crest Trail, packed for at least a 10-day hike when the storms came in. They're going to be okay. Walgreens said that won't dispense abortion pills by mail, and some Republican-run states for fear of breaking the law. Governor Newsom says California will no longer do business with Walgreens because of that action. It's unclear if the governor is ending Walgreens in California or just not sending them state business. A man has been charged with trying to stab a flight attendant on a flight from LA to Boston with a broken spoon. Brian Shook has the story.
Federal prosecutors say it happened on a United Airlines flight Sunday night after the suspect attempted to open an emergency door. The 33-year-old Massachusetts man was tackled by other passengers. No one on the flight was hurt, and the suspect was taken into custody when the plane landed in Boston.
Gas prices are getting close to $5 a gallon in SoCal. AAA says the average price for a gallon of regular gasoline in LA County is now $4.94. Southline weather from KFI. Mostly sunny skies today with highs around 60. Right now it's 48 in Cypress. Mission Viejo has 45, 46 in Glendale, and 47 in Malibu. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Pennant.
In Townsend Valley, there is a whole freeway closure just on the 405 northbound from Magnolia to Beach Boulevard. All lanes get shut down for road work on Hill 5. Exit downtown LA, well as westbound out for 110. Cleanup crews from an earlier crash out of lanes and on the right shoulder. Watch for slowing in that area. Woodland Hills, there is a work zone 101 southbound from Topanga Canyon to Havenhurst. Southbound Central 2 left lane shut down for road work. KFI and the Sky hope to get you there faster over Iron Band. International Awesomeness Day is this week, or what we call Every Day at the Marketplace. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morongo. Number 5.
Play and dine. You can get up to $100 in dining credits through the marketplace when playing slots with your rewards card.
Number 4.
Ray Gun Gift Giveaway. Get handy happier when you earn 500 points on your rewards card. The 13th or 14th.
3.
Buster Pass with Dion Cole live 2 times. Get your tickets now.
Number 2.
Lucky you. A room of reviews. Get $20 in free play and a t-shirt for $99. Select days through the 23rd. Call 888-MORONGO now.
And the number 1 reason.
It's madness at Sci-Fi Sports Bar. Our entire 30-foot wall of big trees is going bananas with college people all month.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo. Good time. For everybody, I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, termination. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, at Bambi.com. Los Angeles traffic is almost as legendary as our movie stars. The late-night comics get a lot of mileage out of it, but there's nothing funny about a serious auto accident. And the congestion makes Los Angeles County the state's most dangerous place to drive. At Jacoby & Myers, we specialize in the serious injuries caused by these accidents. For over 50 years, we've won over $1 billion for our clients. If yours is a serious case, get serious help. Call Jacoby & Myers. Justice for you since 1972. Sharp water softeners add sodium to your water without even filtering it. Here is something better. A light source salt-free water system. Light source filters water from every tap and keeps all the healthy minerals without maintenance, salt, or servicing. And right now, new customers can get a free Apple-Pure antibacterial filter with a qualifying purchase, a savings of $825. But the offer ends soon, so call Light Source at 800-803-2696 or go to lightsourcewater.com. This is Jacob Amon. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24 Jacob. KFI AM 640. This program has been pre-recorded. From the City of Angels near the Pacific Ocean, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Norrie. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, a walk on the paranormal side. Welcome back, affiliate WHCU in Ithaca, New York. Great to be back on with you. Here's what's happening. 24 people face domestic terrorism charges in Atlanta after they were arrested during violent clashes between officers and protesters at a police training center construction site. The 23 people who faced charges were part of a group detained on Sunday by police who said they launched bricks, rocks, Molotov cocktails, and fireworks at officers after they breached the construction site where a new Atlanta Public Safety Training Center is being built. Walmart has said it is permanently closing its last two stores in Portland months after its CEO warned of a historic rise in thefts there. The sites located at the Delta Park and East Fort Plaza shopping centers in North and Southeast Portland will shutter on March 24th. The retail giant says it's closing the stores because they were not meeting financial expectations. Last month, as the tech industry was buzzing about ChatGPT, the research arm of the Defense Department put out an artificial intelligence announcement of its own. An AI bot that had successfully flown an F-16 fighter jet in the skies above Southern California. And the news got relatively little attention, but it revealed an overlooked truth. The race to develop the next generation of artificial intelligence isn't just between tech companies like Microsoft and Google. It's also between nations, which are working furiously to foster and develop their own technology. Our expert on technology, Lauren Weinstein, with us. Lauren, exactly what is ChatGPT, by the way?
Yeah, we've talked about the chatbot, the like ChatGPT, and what that actually stands for. And you really hear this. You have chat generative pre-trained transformer. And other chatbots that can carry out conversations, artificially intelligence-based conversations. Sometimes the conversation sounds very intelligent but accurate. Sometimes they're massively inaccurate. Sometimes they're seemingly deranged and inane and ludicrous. Name it. Very wide variety of effects. And we talked about other aspects of what's called generative AI, like writing papers that might pull features sometimes, but also sometimes they're also loaded with inaccuracies. And it's these kinds of AI tech that now that they're publicly available, they can be played with by pretty much anyone with internet access. That's what's been getting all that public attention. And as you noted, and of course, as all these are and will be, there are lots of other important AI research efforts and applications, often battling the pre-nation stage to go far beyond what is mentioned and are the subjects of governments around the world. And in particular, the U.S. and China are in competition in this area, tangled in related technology transfer limitations and such.
And this is a big part of AI because it isn't frequently seen by the public. And yeah, when it is mentioned in the media, it doesn't get a lot of attention. This includes everything from using AI for generating social media propaganda at large scale to advanced malware systems to, as we were just talking about, the very recent demonstration of an AI system flying an F-16 fighter jet. The no human pilot aboard. This apparently happened last month from a Southern California facility. Now, let's face it, when you're talking about robots, that's what they are, flying fighter jets, we are starting to get into that sci-fi realm of autonomous robotic weapons. So I think anyone could be excused for having the word Skynet flash into their heads when they hear things like this. Because obviously, if you have advanced AI weapon systems where you aren't risking human pilots, that could bring considerable powerful capabilities. And of course, military attack drones are like that now, but they typically have remote human pilots, and that's the big difference. As the move is made toward autonomous AI control systems, there are clearly going to be a whole range of new considerations and concerns. This is especially true when we're facing what amounts to an AI arms race with our adversaries, or perhaps in some cases even with our friends, over these kinds of systems. So just remember, whenever you see stories about the competition between companies involving AI chatbots and such, that's really only the tip of the AI iceberg, and there's a lot going on beneath the surface that will absolutely impact the world in many ways, in the future ways we can't even begin to imagine today.
Keep your eyes on this one, of course. I'm opposed to driverless cars. Now I got to worry about pilotless planes. My gosh. The low-carb ketogenic keto diet has skyrocketed in popularity in recent years among those looking to lose some weight. A new study, however, suggests that the keto-like diet could trigger a spike in bad cholesterol, which can lead to a buildup of plaque in the arteries and a significantly greater risk of heart attacks, strokes, and other cardiovascular events. Findings from the study presented in New Orleans, Louisiana, at the American College of Cardiology's annual scientific session. For the last several weeks, high temperatures have been breaking records, and many of you may have kissed the winter goodbye and already moved on to spring, but don't get too used to the warmer weather yet. We could see a huge shift in temperatures next week, and this one won't be subtle. The Climate Prediction Center is calling for below average temperatures for much of the country beginning this weekend, lasting for much of next week and possibly beyond. Legendary movie director Steven Spielberg has pushed the theory as he speculated about the origins of unidentified flying objects. We got the story in the highlight reel at coasttocoastam.com. He, of course, the producer of the 1982 blockbuster E.T. the Extraterrestrial, branded the mystery surrounding unidentified aerial phenomena exciting and fascinating. And during an interview with the late talk show host Stephen Colbert, Spielberg revealed that he's curious about UFOs and peddled a theory that appeared to link extraterrestrial life to time-traveling Earth dwellers, saying that they had possibly come back to witness us. Isn't that interesting? Dr. Sky, Stephen Cates is with us this week. Stephen, we got a full warm moon tomorrow night.
Absolutely, George. What an exciting time to be alive as we move into the March skies. But we begin with the water season, George, in full swing in the northern hemisphere. What does it mean? As we move into March, look for increased auroral activity due to solar cycle 25, which we now know is on the uptick. But around the equinox and around the Earth, and auroras, which auroras love the equinox. Scientists now call this phenomenon the Russell-Stirling effect. What's that? It's cracks that form in the Earth's magnetic field, altering out even the weakest solar wind particles to help light up the upper atmosphere of the Earth's atmosphere in a beautiful sight it is. Just to let people know the colors. Excited oxygen in the atmosphere produces the green color in auroras, which of course are a part that can hit with the nitrogen in the atmosphere. They can cause red, blue, and pink auroras. And the current solar cycle, of course, is the blame. Thus, the culprit is we talk to the solar cycle 25 with multiple M-class solar flares, which are going on in the past few days. Sunspot count right now is 137, with a few active regions popping off flares like active region 3243, which has produced a M5.8 pointer on March the 6th. But more to come as we know. This caused a shortwave radio blackout in Australia and the South Pacific we can expect a G1 magnetic storm, which obviously could have drawn on about most of the night for seeking awards. But lucky for us, NASA's Deep Space Climate Observatory keeps track on CMEs from its 932,000 distant locations away from the Earth. What does it do? It checks on fast CMEs, which arrive at about 15 to 18 hours of time. But flares, George, they get to us at the speed of light. We move on to the Hubble Space Telescope and find out that its images are being photobombed. What's that? The Hubble Space Telescope is experiencing glowing low Earth orbiting satellites simply photobomb the image of deep space objects. The increase is from 6% of all images since 2021. And this is a concern for astronomers around the world. Right now, we're in low Earth orbit. We're getting some, very crowded skies. Some 3,000 low Earth orbit satellites are now in orbit. The solution, George, is far from resolved at this time. To wrap it up a week with a live sky, here we go with 4 March 2023 skies. As you mentioned before, tonight and tomorrow night, we'll light up the skies with the beautiful full world moon. We'll be riding high in the constellation of Leo the Lion at the distance, not very close, of some 249,444 miles from us. It takes light only 1.3 seconds to get from the Earth to the moon. But how about this? The moon was or will be during its time period that we talked about from 1900 to 2100. The closest that the moon has been to the Earth occurred back on January 15, 1930. That close encounter brought the moon to an exceptionally close distance of only 221,000 miles. To find out the final equinox on March the 20th, at 24 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, it's about time. When we look into the southwest sky at sunset, Venus drifts away towards from the planet Jupiter. With no emotional issues here, there's still a romance between these two objects. The dark of the moon is a new moon on March the 21st. And as always, more information at skylive.com. Emails, we love to talk to Sky Show at gmail.com. Whatever we say, and we love to say, always a written. Keep your eyes to the sky. Simply, I'm your navigator on the highway for the heavens. Thank you, George.
And Dr. Sky, I will see you March 18th in Sedona, Arizona at our live stage show.
Looking forward to it as the days continue to count on to spring. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. We'll see you there. They call it a warm moon because as the temperatures are supposed to thaw the ground, the worms come out. And that's why they call it. See, the worm thinks this name of this program. In a moment, Brandon Reichert back with us. We're going to be talking about these unidentified aerial phenomena and what he thinks they might be. Wait till you hear what he has to say. His book is called Winning Space, How America Remains a Superpower. He's next on Coast to Coast. Which is new bestseller, The Final Battle reveals a secret war in special interest groups are trying to destroy our country. The Final Battle reveals how they want to stop Trump and DeSantis in 2022. Or let's see the names of the secret players. Get Final Battle and see the free offer. Call 1-800-NEWSMAX, that's 1-800-NEWSMAX, or go to finalbattle611.com to get your free copy today. 2023 is off to a turbulent start, and the U.S. broke through the $31.4 trillion debt ceiling in January, with no slowing on spending. It's times like these that you want to have physical gold and silver on hand. You can buy it at bullionmax.com/coast. Go to bullionmax.com/coast to purchase your silver starter kit. It's 6 ounces of solid silver, including a limited vintage Aztec calendar coin, something Bullion Max and I set up for bullionmax.com/coast.
Real people, real stories. I had acute eczema. I had tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. It was pretty miserable. So I started taking Avora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Our little dog developed this wound problem. The chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. He started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled out. So I thought I'd just try Avora. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling did. Then I took him into the vet to have him checked out, and there was no sign at all inside. My cat had issues that developed into height, so my veterinarian said, you know what, just go ahead and remove the eye. I heard the carnivore advertising. So I said, you know what, I'm going to order these products. They did all the tests. I kid you not, this product saved his eye.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you, Brandon Hartford with us, internationally recognized geopolitical analyst, who's been described as a panic and anxiety-inducing scholar whose work on national security space policy has been quoted throughout the Pentagon and Silicon Valley. He writes extensively and travels the country speaking to various military, academic, and business audiences about the intersection of geopolitics and high technology, geotechnology. This named senior editor of the 1945.com foreign policy news site as well. Here he is back on Coast to Coast. Brandon, welcome back. Looking forward to this.
Yeah, thank you, George, for having me. There's been a lot going on, obviously, in the area that you and I care about. And so it's great to be back here and to kind of have this conversation that needs to be had.
And thank you for the wonderful little inscription inside your book. Very kind of you.
Well, I believe it. I think that, we live in an age of so much falsehood. It's nice to have some people still fighting for the truth. So I really appreciate what you do and enjoy your show eventually, as you know. Yeah, absolutely.
Now, what's going on in the skies these days? They call them UAPs. Some of the pilots, the Navy pilots, say we don't know what they are. We can't even catch up with them. What do you think?
Yeah, well, first what prompted this coming to you was obviously the dreaded Chinese balloon, which plagued us for a whole week. Was shot down over the Atlantic Ocean. That was a balloon. It was a Huawei built sensor that they sent over here, I think, to track our nuclear readiness and to see how we would respond. But that, of course, prompted, if you remember, about a day or two after that shoot down, there was this incident over northern Alaska in which we deployed F-22 Raptors out of Elmendorf to respond to this incursion, and the Pentagon was very careful to say that it was not another balloon, that it was a, quote, high-flying car-sized object. And then another day after that, there was the incident over Montana, where the FAA ordered a total shutdown for 2 hours of all air traffic over the state of Montana because another one of these bizarre objects was located floating very near Johnston Air Base, where we have a lot of our Minuteman III nuclear missiles. And then the day after that, you had this incident where Lake Huron, we had F-16 shoot down an octagonal-shaped object. And I'm here to tell your audience that while that first thing was a balloon, the other things were not a balloon. And it is my belief, it is my assessment that the Pentagon has since put out some cover stories that this was, that these were balloons or that they were civilian, balloons that went off course. I think that's a cover story. And I think that the reason the Pentagon is saying that is to, A, try to sort of stay safe. It was really bad for the last few weeks of what happened with the balloon and these other shoot downs. But also I think maybe because they want to deflect attention from the fact that many of these unidentified aerial phenomena, these UAPs, are not little green men, but in fact they could be very sophisticated next generation exotic military technology, either belonging to the United States, or more troublingly belonging to maybe rivals of the United States like China or Russia.
If they're ours, could our pilots not know what they are, that we haven't told them?
Yeah, so there's a possibility that there's compartmentalization. I work in government for and we live in a government, where the left hand doesn't always know what the right hand's doing. Sometimes that's by accident. A lot of times that's when we're talking national security, that's done purposefully. If you remember in 2019, I wrote about this in the Washington Times, but also the guys over at The Drive, which is a very well-known technology publication. They focus a lot on defense. They broke the story actually originally on the so-called UFO patent that the Navy had put in at the Patent and Trademark Office, and it's through a group called NAVAIR, and it's the are for technologies that look and act a lot like those tic-tac-shaped objects that the U.S. Navy was encountering off the coast of California in 2004, and then later on off the coast of Virginia, Hampton Roads, in those restricted airspace zones. It's possible that some small group of government, our government, is testing highly exotic next generation level technology on suspecting American military pilots in these restricted areas because they want to see how our top-notch fighter craft and our top fighter pilots are going to respond to the introduction of highly unorthodox and unconventional vehicles. So that is certainly a possibility. Another possibility, of course, I'll bring up again, is that possibly this is someone else's technology, maybe China's most likely, or even Russia's, testing it on our pilots and our technology right off our coast, sending us a message, a leadership message, as well as trying to figure out how to train and how they can sort of disrupt that.
I suspect too, Brandon, that this has been happening way more than we know. Absolutely, we just found out about these three.
Absolutely, and it's very interesting to note. In summer of 2021, I was at the last minute called out to a facility, a U.S. Air Force facility in the West Coast, and they asked me ostensibly to come out and talk about what China's doing with hypersonic development, weapons technology development, which, by the way, they are much farther ahead of us in the real-world application of that. But when I got to the base, the colonel called me aside, and they took me into the ship, and they were asking me about these bizarre intercepts that they were doing off the west coast of the United States. And they sort of walked me through what they were going through. They were puzzled and perplexed and very worried because whatever they were intercepting was something that our air defense system was having trouble, to say the least, tracking and possibly being able to shoot down. And so they wanted to know what's going on. So that was in 2021. I don't believe that and I don't think most of these are little green men. I'm not going to discount aliens, but I don't believe that's what we're intercepting. And I think it's very interesting to note after that balloon incident, we basically, the whole air defense network of the United States, they changed the sensitivity on their radars, and suddenly we started picking up all sorts of these bizarre vehicles right over our airspace. And some of them were balloons, and other ones were something else. And in the case of Alaska, that bizarre car-sized, high-flying object, they shot down with an F-22. Well, the initial shot was the sideline. They missed that. Right? Missed it. Now, the initial story was that the sideline was a heat seeking, and it was a balloon, and so it's not going to lock on. That's a bunch of bollocks, as my British friend would say. In my opinion, I think what happened was whatever that vehicle was, it had deflecting technology on it, and as soon as the sidewinder attempted to lock on, it was jamming the sensors on a piece of equipment that's $439,000. And so, that should be disconcerting in and of itself. Absolutely. And I spoke to people in the Pentagon right after that happened, and initially they were admitting it. And then within 72 hours, suddenly the whole story changed, and they can ask this whole thing about how, well, actually, this was just a civilian balloon that was blown off course, and the reason it wasn't being shot down properly was because the sidewinder designed to lock on the heat seeking engines and whatnot, and that wasn't a heat generating object. It's very difficult for that system to sort of high-tech versus low-tech. And that sounds sensible when you first hear it, but when you think about what was going on and the context of what was happening and what I know and dealt with the government, I have trouble believing that that's what was going on. I think you're right.
Brandon, we're going to take a short break. We'll come back and talk more about what's going on in our sky. Next on Coast to Coast. Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Storm recovery continues in the San Bernardino County mountains. Crews have the main roads plowed. They're now open, working on side streets to get food and other resources into residents. The roads are open to residents only. National Guard is assisting in food distribution and digging folks out. Walgreens says it won't extend abortion pills by mail in some Republican-run states for fear of breaking the law. Governor Newsom says California will no longer do business with Walgreens because of that action. It's not clear if the governor is ending Walgreens in California entirely or just not sending them state business. The U.S. is confirming a gunman has assaulted and kidnapped 4 American citizens in northeastern Mexico. There are reports the 4 were seeking medical procedures, and this may have been a case of mistaken identity. South on 11 KFI, mostly sunny skies, highs around 60. Right now it's 49 in McCalla. Westminster is 48. It's 45 in Ventura and 47 in Culver City. We live local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
Inbound repairs and full freeway closure. 405 northbound from Magnolia to the Boulevard. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And in Upland, this is on the 210 east side of campus. We have a Santel car blocking the off-ramp right there. THC's on the page. You're trying to get punching up right at you approach. Downtown LA, we have good news. Earlier touch on the 10 westbound at the 110 United clear from lanes to drive through covering in that area. KFI, the Sky Hope get you there fast for a day. On ICT's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares a special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to ICT's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. International Awesomeness Day is this week, or what we call Every Day at the Marketplace. And now it's top reasons to visit the meeting.
Ray Guns gift giveaway. Get a handy hand mixer when you earn 500 points on the rewards card. The 13th to 14th.
And the number one reason.
It's madness at Sci-Fi Sports Bar. Always find a 30-foot wall of big trees and giant bananas with house feet on all months.
Taekwondo, good time for everybody. Looking for your next investment opportunity? How about 100% passive ownership in commercial real estate? First National Realty Partners is backed by $1.5 billion in commercial real estate assets from Walmart, Whole Foods, Kroger's, Publix, and more. Grocery store-anchored commercial real estate offers day-one cash flow from high-credit national tenants, tax advantages from 1031 exchanges, inflation-fighting triple net lease, and more. Get information on current and upcoming opportunities today. Call 888-301-9010 or go to FNRPradio.com. Become an investor in owned and managed commercial real estate with national grocery store brand tenants producing quarterly cash flow. Call 888-301-9010 or go to FNRPradio.com. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment security reflect FNRP's strategy and may or may not be zero. Visit FNRPradio.com. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk. To reject or topics ever again. Remember, a one-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. DMX Reading Rainbow. No, it's a comedy thing. Yes. It's pretty short, but it's funny. Is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. That's the late Doris Day, by the way. What a classic voice she has. Wow. We're going to take calls next hour with Brandon as we talk about space, women's space, and make sure you're part of the program. March 18th, as I was mentioning, the Dr. Sky, we're going to be in Sedona, Arizona, at the Sedona Performing Arts Center for our live stage show. Among the guests will be Billy Carson, Dr. Sky, a special panel. I'll do some singing, not quite like Doris Day, but I'll do what I can, and we'll have some fun. But come on out to Sedona. This is my first time there, by the way. If you've never been there, they tell us we're really missing something. So come on out and have some fun. My daughter Christy's going to be coming out, and she's bringing her fiancé, so I may never stand to the crowd. And I'm really proud of her, by the way, because she's going to be the night before Sedona. She's going to be in Los Angeles at her movie theater, which is called Body, Mind, and Spirit. And she's looking forward to that. So I'll tell you, it's a horror movie. They dressed her up like a ghost beyond anything I've ever seen. So I'm looking forward to that. But so she's going to be on Sedona too, so come on by. And then in May 27th, we're going to be at the Dolls near Portland, 80 miles east of Portland, for another live stage show. Full information in the highlights. How to get your tickets at Coast to Coast. And of course, this is something for you to build up your
ROTHSCHILD.com and Dr. Alan Ray brings forward package of experience national products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system to Dr. Ray's mind.
whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and building the body to heal itself appropriately.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the advice.
We need to be told what we need to do. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, stereotypes, cancer, depression, all.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I've just gotten onto Twitter recently. I mean, I had an account, but I wasn't really using it. And so I press that follow all button, exactly what you're saying, all the time. And I don't even know how many people it's following. Sometimes it's like 15 at once. So yeah, I just hit that button, I think, far too often. And I don't really, I'm not into who's following me. I could really care less. If you have interesting content, I'll probably hit the button, but I appreciate it to know that, you can't do that too many times or else you'll get blocked or you'll cap out.
You put a gap go on with it, most within 30 minutes.
Order now at HappyLooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Ray protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with adaptogen and luminescence and with Egypt Relax Ball is only available at HappyLooking.com. Or call free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George is stem cell wellness kit at HappyLooking.com. That's HappyLooking.com.
Much appreciated. And I guess there's the alternative too. I get that following up to 5,000, and then the sky's the limit, right? Because then you can have more than that. Yeah, we'll find out together. We'll keep each other updated on what the caps are.
No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. But you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Sports managers is not always machines licking. His paws were soaking wet. He had bald spots on his back. B-I-N-O-B-I-T-E. That's 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. Dynamite is nutrition. Dynamite is
Yes, we do.
My Dynamite from DINOBITE.com.
Just southwest of Fort Worth, nestled among the turf pecan orchards and surrounded by 17 miles of Brazos River frontage, is one of the most stunning and amenity-rich communities in town. The Town Plantation, new home sites over 69 miles, live every day like on vacation. They have golf courses, pools, country clubs, sports fields, a marina, and so much more for under $200 a month. Schedule your virtual viewing online. FortWorthLandSale.com. That's FortWorthLandSale.com. So give us a call. 844-LAND-123. Hey, welcome back to Coast. George Story with Brandon Watford. We're going to take calls with Brandon next hour here on Coast to Coast. Brandon, the Trump era Space Force. What's going on? We don't hear too much about it.
Yeah, so unfortunately, it started out as a great idea. The time was long overdue, but it got mired initially in sort of the divisive politics.
Shout out to Silverback and the Reading Rainbow mashup.
At least half of the people in D.C. didn't want to do just because he said it. And even though that in this case, Space Force was something that pretty much everybody in D.C. had been talking about since at least the year 2000, but never got it off the ground to use it all the time. And then when it did finally get going, of course,
And LeVar Burton, Reading Rainbow Man.
Bureaucratic inertia for various reasons. There's a lot of skepticism about its mission. In fact, there's a lot of uncertainty about its mission. In the book that I wrote in this space, I outlined what its mission should be, which is one of space dominance. The United States relies most significantly than any other country right now on space, notably satellites, for its most basic functions, both military and civilian. And so in the book, I argue that those satellites are actually not just a strategic advantage, but they're not well defended. And in the case of China and Russia, they have developed what's known as counter-space capabilities. That is the ability to attack those vulnerable satellites, or vitally vulnerable satellites, and to basically render us deaf, dumb, and blind if a conflict were to occur. And so what I was saying, what I've been saying for years, is that the Pentagon, the Space Force, should make the idea of space dominance the mission of the United States Space Force, that we will protect and defend those satellites that we have up there. We will make them more survivable the next generation. Maybe pattern it on Elon Musk's Starlink system. So we need to make them more survivable. And at the same time, we need to expand our military and commercial footprint in space. We need to do it as an American mission, because the Chinese are already doing it as a Chinese military mission. In fact, the Chinese in 2019, out of their lunar program, we explicitly said that the Chinese government views the universe as an ocean. They view the moon as the South China Sea, and they view Mars as Guangdong Island, which is near the Philippines. It's a contested island the Chinese have been claiming from the Philippines. It's a big problem right now. And when I heard that, that was sort of one of the genesis of the book, that our enemies, our rivals, are thinking about space in very old-school geopolitical terms. There's a lot of resources out there. There's a lot of, business opportunities. There's a lot of, room for expansion. And the Chinese government is talking about it in very nationalistic, militaristic terms. Meanwhile, we are very dependent on space right now, and we don't really do a lot to defend our systems. And they've been made vulnerable over the years because we sort of ignore it at our own peril. Our enemies know that. And so what I would love to see in the Space Force is for them to actually not just take space more seriously, but to kind of take a more forward-moving approach to space, a more innovative approach. Sadly, right now, Space Force is the least funded, least well-funded branch of the military. I argue it's the most important, because if there is going to be a world war and we are teetering very close to it before nukes are ever involved, our enemies are going to be using space-based attacks and
hydro attacks together to kind of to nullify the American threat to them, the military threat to them. So we need to be much more serious, and unfortunately, Space Force is a great idea, but it's not being executed very well because of petty politics in D.C.
I was a kid during the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, but I remember how tense my parents' faces were whenever we saw this thing sort of went away. But we had space people. We had Kennedy and Khrushchev, and they knew that this was a huge problem. Nobody wanted to go around snooze against each other. Now I'm not sure. Now I think they're nuts. They're all nuts.
Well, that is increasingly so. I have since been my time in the consultant depending on internship reduced because I've offended some people in D.C. because I basically said what you just said to their faces, which is that we should be really ratcheting down a lot of attention. I mean, I don't like what Russia's doing in Ukraine, but at the same time, this is not worth the nuclear war for. And for the Russians, I'm certainly not taking up for them. But for the Russians, Ukraine is their Cuba. And we, Kennedy didn't want to go to nuclear war with Cuba, and at the same time, he's not going to let the Russians keep nuclear weapons in Cuba. And it's similar where Putin is viewing Ukraine as an existential component of Russia's potential perimeter, and he sees NATO as violating that. And if you view it that way, if you're a Russian leader, you are going to go all the way up the escalation ladder. Even risking nuclear war, certainly risking a space war. And by the way, the United States right now, I don't think can win a space war. And if we lose the space war, we're going to lose the other domains as well in conflict. And so, we don't have station anymore on either side, and you're completely correct. And that's the real surprise, and that's what I've been writing about a lot in a column at the Asian Times, where I have an op-ed there that I write every week. And basically, the last 6 or 7 pieces, I've just been ripping the leaders in both parties, where we're not engaged anymore in the kind of statesmanship, which is the right word to use here, to avoid a nuclear world war that really doesn't benefit anybody. Nobody's going to win that. And we need to avoid that. And one of the things that I think Space Force can help us do is actually to add to that layer of deterrence. That's what we need to try to do, is add to deterrence, to deter our enemies from trying to use these radical technologies, these radical unconventional strategies.
Silverback, how do you spell psionic?
We need to start taking our defense more
Cyclone.
seriously. And we're not doing it. We're doing the wrong things, and we have the wrong people in power. And they're saying, now, they're worried they're going to get us all killed at this rate because they don't see
What you said is fascinating. That's what I put in the first time. I don't see anything about it, though. But it's really interesting. Basically, it's your brain tricking itself into telling itself a story for areas that it doesn't know the true solution. Is that correct?
But the one thing he did in his own kind of weird way, he's this very, braggadocious, very sort of militant guy, in person. And yes, he was able to avoid getting the United States into any new war. And so maybe we can take whatever formula he was using and apply it to maybe another leader that maybe was less, confrontational, one-on-one. But the fact of the matter is, we could use some of the peace that we had for 4 years internationally under Trump. We could use that all the time. And, really replicate that and scale that up to both parties because the current group that we have, they're just being really intransigent and they're really committed to this idea that we have to risk nuclear war with Russia. And that defies 60 years of history, which is the Russians. We were in an actual cold war with them, and we avoided nuclear war at least 3 or 4 times because we had the right people in power in both the United States and the Soviet Union who recognized that this is not the way to go. We've got to find a better way. And unfortunately, we just don't have that right now, and that's the scary part.
And what about China? It's scary there, too.
It's very scary there because, the difference is I actually think the Russians can be contained and actually dealt with in a sane manner, as long as we're not taking them in Ukraine. Whereas the Chinese, they're very much a revanchist power. We've been getting, I have another book coming out called Biohack, and it's all about China's biotech sector and their bioweapons program. I am convinced that COVID-19 did come from a lab, and I actually said that it was purposeful. It was not designed to kill all Americans. It was designed to destabilize U.S. culture and to make us weak internally so that the Chinese could then expand globally. And if you look at since 2019, what's gone on, China is on the warpath right now. They are expanding steadily. And for all the talk about how Wall Street's supposedly pulling out, that's not the case. Our investment bankers are going full-throated investing into China ever since they reopened. And so, China is a different animal than Russia, but the real concern should be that our policy with Russia and Ukraine is going to drive a dying Russia into the raging arms of a growing China. And the resources of Russia are married to the technology and the money and the geopolitical ambitions of Chinese leaders. That's a real nightmare scenario. That's something that the United States has never had to contend with. And it's a scenario, sadly, I don't think the United States can win, so we should be trying to avert a world war, avoid a world war at all costs, do a deal with Russia over Ukraine, and then get everybody to focus on China, try to contain them, and if we can do a deal, maybe do a deal with them, but you got to contain them first, because they think they can take the world by 2049, and that's a scary thing. And they got their eyes on Taiwan. They do, and they have it on the moon. And you remember that quote I told you? They look at the moon as the South China Sea. Now, what are they doing in the South China Sea? All these illegal island reclamation projects. They're building these anti-aerial systems there. They're trying to take our aircraft carriers and to harass, independent shipping in the region. Also assert Chinese dominance over what should be international waters. They're going to do that in space. And so for everybody who's worried about the militarization of space, and ask it, and say this in the book, I don't like it either, but it wasn't the United States who weaponized the space and militarizing it. It's actually China and Russia with these counter-space weapons and these dual-use systems, which is systems that can be used for peaceful purposes, but can easily be converted into military purposes in a war. And the Chinese are the masters of that. The Russians are too. But the Chinese are really ahead of us on this, and we don't have adequate defenses.
I'm learning about entopic phenomenon. It was just explained that these are visual effects whose source is within the human eye itself. Essentially, like under suitable conditions, light falling in the eye may render visible certain objects within the eye itself. These perceptions are called entopical. And I believe Mason was teaching us about this. Is that correct, Mason?
More longer range space missions, because we're going to use artificial intelligence before we send anybody to human out. That's an ability that we could really perfect, that AI capability, and we can apply it on Earth. And the Chinese are doing that as well as what they want to do. And except everything they're doing is exclusively under the imprimatur of the people.
I can't find anything on Cyclonic. I have done everything. So please, if possible, Silverback, send DM me something on Cyclonic, because I can't even find that phrase being used when I put quotes around it or anything. I've spelled it a whole bunch of ways. I have. That's what I'm typing in. And Google. And DuckDuckGo.
I was pushed into this by the foreign invaders, and I'm trying to prevent the breakup of Russia. We don't want to have a repeat of our history where the Mongols took us over, and I have to be strong, and your children have to.
Well, because if you actually look at what cyclonic phenomenon is, it's like a study of cyclones. It's like a weather system. Cyclonic phenomenon is like a weather system pattern, and the way it's spelled. And so that's why I tried it with like cyclonic, with like PSY.
And a lot of the Russians are believing, we were all saying that they were not going to criticize them or they're going to rule. That's part of it as well. Certainly part of it as well. There is a strain of conservative Russian people who are saying, you know what, we may not like the war, but it's Mother Russia at stake now. NATO is right on our doorstep. They've been moving close to our doorstep ever since the fall of the Soviet Union. They need war, and we're just going to take our lick and we'll throw our people into the meat market. Yes, preserve Mother Russia, and they're buying into it. It's not a majority, but it's enough Russians that prevents Putin from being overthrown. 6 to 8 months of it looked like he was going to get overthrown. Now he's pretty strong. And, we're going to have to live with him for a little bit longer. He's old, so maybe he'll die of old age in the next decade, but his children might want to watch his death. They might want to watch his death. He might. But another thing is, if his replacement comes along, I don't think it's going to be a good little Democrat. I think it's going to be even nasty. Because the most organized group against Putin is actually the very extreme far-right militant type represented by Alexander Dugin, which is one of the reasons why Dugin's daughter may have been murdered by Russian security services. One of the reasons was because he was organizing an anti-Putin move from the far right, which is usually Putin's base.
And so, we need to be very careful if we're hoping for Putin to get overthrown. The guy that follows him might be even worse. Why didn't we invite Putin into NATO? Well, remember, Putin had asked Bill Clinton, when Bill Clinton was last year in office, Putin met with Bill Clinton and made that comment and said, if this is not an anti-Russian alliance, I think you have your word, but then why don't you incorporate Russia into it? Now, at the time, all the NATO lovers laughed because they're still living in the Cold War, but that would have been an excellent idea because we would have then had from Vladivostok all the way to Lisbon, we would have had basically a highway, and we could have contained China from the north. We weren't thinking like that at the time. We were thinking like it was still 1979 rather than 1999. And now here we are in 2023 on the brink of nuclear war. Completely avoidable nuclear war, world war with Russia. But that would have been a wonderful way. Or another solution was, why don't we disband NATO and then make the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the OSCE, why don't we make that the new security paradigm? Russia's already a part of that. It'll be the United States and Russia that takes off, and then Europe will be sort of involved as partners as well. And they'll do a Eurasian-wide security alliance. All of that side, the arrogance of Western leaders didn't want to entertain that because they were still stuck in the way things used to be during the Cold War.
Brendan, up next, we're going to take phone calls with our incredible listeners for years, so stick around and we will be back in a minute.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
Hey, all the team sharks. For emergency backup power, there's only one name you need to know. Deafened Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on deafened for hospitals and high-rises, data centers, and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator, an emergency rental, or Deafen's legendary repair and maintenance service, Deafened Power has you covered. Go to deafenpower.com, deafenpower.com, that's DEFENPOWER.com. Seniors contact for advanced Medicare standards. If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person. Never give out your Medicare number. They want to get your number and put a false name. Just enough. How do you detect Medicare fraud? Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement monthly. If you get your statement and you see something that you did not have done, you report it. Call the Senior Medicare Control. To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080. These guys said that they're tired of the censorship of conservative views. Here's the link. David Horowitz, the same author and conservative speaker, just posted a YouTube video talking about voting irregularities in the 2020 election. Not surprisingly, his video was banned, of course, from YouTube. Introduce that seller final battle. David Horowitz is running America. They take attack on their social media platforms for damaging American institutions and threatening our freedom. But David Horowitz explains how companies like Facebook, Twitter, Google, and YouTube control information flows, which is how it's collected things to in final battle, Horowitz also warns that a group of secret players are working to change America, weakening its social fabric and working to undermine the possibility of bipartisan solutions to common problems. Our company strongly recommends this book. Research called Final Battle, the Book of the Year. It's Final Battle in bookstores. Check out the free offer and save $28. Call 1-800-NEWSMAX, 1-800-NEWSMAX, or go to finalbattle611.com, finalbattle611.com, and get the free copy today. We're not here to make it your mind. We're here to give it away today.
Rabbi in Ventura. I'm Bree Henderson at KFI 24-hour newsroom. Authorities are investigating a woman drowning off the coast of Ventura. 31-year-old woman drowned while swimming off Pier Point Beach Sunday afternoon. Ventura County Sheriff's Department says the woman was swimming with a group of friends believed the cause of death is an accidental drowning. Former LA News doctor Bruce Hensel has been sentenced to 2 years probation for asking a 9-year-old to nude photos. He pleaded Ryan 222 was buried over the weekend in a private ceremony. Tribal leaders say the location will not be made public to preserve the site. He was buried in the Santa Monica Mountains. The Oscars are on Sunday, and there are already street closures. All lanes of Hollywood Boulevard are closed from James Drive to Highland until 6 a.m. on the 15th. MTA will reroute bus traffic and subway trains starting on Saturday. A pair of teenage hikers stranded in the snow for 3 days have been rescued. They were on the Pacific Crest Trail, camped for a 10-day hike when the storm came in. They're going to be okay. A man's been charged with trying to scam a flight attendant on a flight from LA to Boston with a broken screen. Brian Schiff has the story.
Federal prosecutors say it happened on a United Airlines flight Sunday night after the suspect
he's doing better than
an emergency door. The 33-year-old Massachusetts man was tackled by other passengers. No one on the flight was hurt, and the suspect was taken into custody when the plane landed in Boston.
And there's more rain for us this week. The National Weather Service says there's a 1,000-mile-wide atmospheric river that's set to arrive Friday, and then another
Woman,
coming the
you
following
got a good fuck lady?
Now, that weather from KFI. Mostly sunny skies coming your way today. We'll see highs right around 60. Right now, it's 48 degrees in Huntington Beach. Lake Forest checks in at 45. Westlake Village has 47. And right now, it's 46 degrees in Baldwin Park. New 8 local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Green Tenant.
In Thousand Valley, everything full freeway closure, 405 northbound from Magnolia to East Boulevard, all lanes shift. Just down to Rosewood until 5. And in Uplift, this is on the weekend eastbound at campus. We have good news. Earlier crash code wasn't fantastic. Cleared you guys to recover in that area. Lakeview Terrace, there is a work zone. Prevent westbound from Wheatland to the 118. Southbound has the left lane. Shut down from Rosewood until 6. Expect delayed. KFI, the sky hopes to get you there by advance. If you're looking to get out of your house, doesn't matter why you're moving, or maybe even carrying something, now what you do. Usually you go to a real estate agent, 6%, and you're told to clean, keep, repair, and buyers are going to walk through, houses keep pristine, and if you don't live there, you don't need any of that. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com, a local family-owned business, Janet and Matt, brother and sister. I love the way they do business. Now, there are a lot of schmucks out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no-obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance for closing. Go to DirectBuyers.com. Call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, directbuyers.com. At Eula, the prevailing opinion is you don't live it. You don't believe
Eli the Great in the house.
hard work. You may live it. By being here 24/7 to answer your call, having 38,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com. If you're planning on going solar or even thinking about going solar, then listen up. Time is running out to secure the best possible solar reimbursement for the state of California. Last year, the state and your utility company got together and changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. As you can guess, it's not as good for you and me. In fact, it's about 75% less than the old system. The good news is there is a grandfathering period, and you can still permanently lock in those amazing rates. But time is running out. The deadline to have your solar documents filed is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlight.
Silverback, how do you spell it?
Sunlight will walk you through how to lock in the current rate. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Call Sunlight and get your documents filed. There is no time to waste to lock in the best returns on solar power that you will ever see. Start today at sunlight.com. Sunlight.com. DSLB 100-374.
Perfect. Sorry, Eli the Great, but you have to know this ended an hour-long discussion right now just to figure out this work. Thank you so much.
And a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? Really? I think there's a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate shouldn't you do so? Really? That's news to me. That's really no really right there. Really no really.
Now I know what you're talking about. Yes, the pareidolia effect, the tendency to perceive a specific, often meaningful image in a random or ambiguous visual pattern. So, for instance, if you ever look like at the socket of like a wall socket, an electric outlet, it kind of looks like a smiley face. That is an example of the pareidolia effect. That's right.
Line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255.
Quite a few different things thus far. The pareidolia is a tendency for perception to impose a meaningful interpretation of nebulous stimulus, usually visually, so that one sees an object, pattern, or meaning where there is none. The word derives from the Greek words para, beside, alongside, instead of, and the noun ilion, where image, form, or shape. And the explanations are that it can cause people to interpret random images or patterns of light and shadow as basic. Very interesting. So if you ever see like the man in the moon or a face in something, this is that effect.
In his bestseller, The Final Battle, David is warning America that big tech and their social media are destroying America and threatening our freedoms. Orwell says these companies control the information flow. They censor your news.
You should know I'm not the one who got us on this topic. We're just trying to loop it back. So essentially, I forget how we got on the topic, but we were trying to understand the human brain, and then we couldn't remember. Someone didn't know what this word was. We finally got it, and now we can put it on whatever you want, Eli the Great. What would you like to talk about this fine morning?
That's 1-800-611-611.com. That's FinalBattle611.com to get your free copy. Just southwest of Fort Worth, nestled among the pure pecan orchards and surrounded by 17 miles of fragrant river frontage, is one of the most stunning and amenity-rich community in Texas. Pecan Plantation, the home sections at 69 live every day like you're on vacation. They have golf courses, pools, a country club, sports fields, a marina, and so much more for under $200 a month. Schedule your virtual viewing online. FortWorthLandSale.com. FortWorthLandSale.com. Forget to call 844-LAND-123.
How long does it take to tackle a home project?
One thing.
With Angie, you can cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need.
Silverback told us that he was inspired, though, by this teacher, his geography teacher that he had, essentially, and that this one teacher that he had basically taught, or this one school where he went, taught him more than any other of these combined schools, and I thought that was really interesting. Shout out to that teacher for inspiring Silverback.
Download the app or go to Angie.com/ANGI.com to get started.
And welcome back to Enjoy with you, Brendan Whitehead with us.
Most certainly.
1945.com.
Did anybody used to watch Reading Rainbow?
It's a publication. Originally, it was only foreign policy, but they are now.
I know you did. You have to understand. I got to go on two different phones. So just I'm stalling, as they say. Just one moment. We'll be there.
2024 presidential campaign, looking at from both sides. It's one of the few truly bipartisan websites. We have an equal number of.
All right. So this is a mashup of DMX, the late great. Shout out to DMX, and also the introduction to the theme song to Reading Rainbow. So just one moment. It's pulling up on YouTube. Let's go. Here we go. With my luck. Here we go, kids. This goes out to Queenie.
Talk is cheap, motherfucker.
Yeah, and that's the key thing. And, unfortunately, Putin has been able throughout his 10 years, in office, to tap into that old Russian, sense of patriotism. I mean, he's not as popular as his propaganda portrays him, and yet he's still able to cling on to power because ultimately his fallback is always, look, I go. The forces of anarchy and as he calls it now in the West, he says the Satanists and pedophiles. He says the forces of Satanists and pedophiles are going to come in and destroy our country. And what he's doing is he's playing on those old tropes that Russian leaders have played on for centuries, going back to, as I noted before, the Mongol invasion. We have weak leadership, but we don't have what they call the Trillioniaire, the iron fist of central power. Russia will fall, the great Russia will be broken into bits. And it's not helping the situation when you have prominent writers from the Council on Foreign Relations writing in foreign affairs and writing in foreign policy, going on these different news sites in the West, which the Russian leadership reads and watches, and they're talking about how we need to, we're not going to stop fighting or supporting the Ukrainians until Putin's overthrown and the Russian Federation is divided into 4 or 5 smaller countries. That's just feeding into the Russian propaganda, and that's actually empowering Putin, who's saying, see, even the Americans and the Europeans are saying they're not going to stop until the great Russia is totally destroyed. And how do you know anything stopping you from that sacred vision of the divine? So even the Russians who don't like Putin, they're afraid, and they're saying, okay, well, maybe we need to stand with him because the alternative is oblivion. And I also think, by the way, that might be one of the reasons that other Russian elites haven't turned on him, is because we haven't made it profitable for them to turn on him, because now we've sanctioned everybody. We're going after their yachts, we're going after their future comforts as harder, or if not harder, as we're going after Putin. Well, what's the incentive for some of those detractors in the Russian elite circles who might be able to get close to turn on him if they think they're not making a better deal from us? And the oligarchs don't have turned on them, end up getting poisoned or arrested or exiled, and then you have Gary Kasparov, who's the great tech he's an oligarch, and he's a very famous popular Russian, and he's been exiled. He's sort of the cheerleader for supporting Ukraine now, but there's a reason he is, and it's not because he likes Ukraine, it's because he wants to stick it to Putin. And I get that, but ultimately Putin got the world's largest nuclear arsenal, and we don't have any space-based missile defense that's viable right now, and so we need to really be thinking about how far can we push him
And the last thing you want to do with an old wounded bear is put him in a corner and make him feel like there's no way out. That's when there's a problem.
If he thinks he's at his end, he's going to back.
Let's get now.
Let's go to the phone. Brendan, good. That's Austin, Texas. Hey, Brendan, go ahead.
Hey guys, thank you so much, George and Brandon. The interesting show. I definitely agree with some things and other things I'm like questioning, and that's awesome. That's part of the show, you know. And I just want to see some people.
What would you like to hear?
And especially the guests that have been on talking about Ukraine would remember that Ukraine gave up 2,000 of their nuclear weapons in the Budapest Memorandum in 1994 between United Kingdom, USA, Russia, and Ukraine. And real quickly, I'll just say that the Budapest Memorandum has 6 points. It was Russia shall not, and this was in exchange for Ukraine giving up all their nuclear weapons. Russia shall not invade and respect Ukraine's sovereignty. Number 2, Russia will not threaten force to Ukraine. 3, Russia will not economically interfere. 4, the world will come to Ukraine's aid if Russia invades. 5, no nuclear weapons will be used. 6, USA will help keep diplomacy on the table. And as for the Ukrainian fight, they're fighting for the right cause. You said that you were watching the Russian television, so I'm sure that you've seen the same thing that I have, that the Russians are saying they want to eliminate Ukrainian language and history and identity, and that's called genocide. And the Russian National Defense Management has claimed that 1.9 million Ukrainians have been taken, 300,000 of whom were children. Now it's 2022 that they said that. That was almost a year ago that they said that. But anyway, that was the something I had to say. I've been meaning to say that for a long time. But my questions are, how do you reconcile the 2 points that you said that we have a secret space program, but we would not be capable of winning the space war? And my second question is, I've seen pictures of NASA.gov a long time ago that was obelisk and hype. And I don't care if people believe me, I think that somebody like
What would you like?
the rebellious type person uploaded it to NASA.gov for people to see. I thought it would be there forever and I would come back and see it, but I didn't download it anyway. What do you think about that? Just what's your thoughts on stuff on the moon? The great thing is the stuff on the moon is first of all, I don't know about the last part, but I'll start at the beginning. You're completely correct about the Bucharest Memorandum. I'm certainly not defending Russia, but I am trying to give some perspective here to what the Russians are doing, what we're trying to do. You're completely correct, and in fact, in the 8 times where I write as well, in November 2021, I did a long-form essay where I mean, damn, did you even see the test? You got D's, all the D's. Rosie Perez, and yes, barely passed any in every class, looking at every ad, cheated on every test. I guess this is my dissertation. Homie, this shit is basic. Welcome to graduation. Good morning. Because the French occurred, so the French proved this, by the way, because the French created their own force of rockets, their own small nuclear weapons from all the French used to use those unit if they ever invaded France. But the idea was to tear them arm of the Gulf War, tear them arm off the Soviet invasion, to make it costlier so that the Soviet French government would become legendary. Everything we dreamed of. I'm like a fly Malcolm X by any means necessary. Detroit red cleaned up. From the streets of the league, from an X to a G. You graduate when you make it up out of the streets. From the moments of pain, look how far we done came. Haters saying you changed, now you doing your thing. Good morning. That was sort of a consensus that the Russians didn't exist anymore. They were going to be completely neutralized for 10 years. And so that was our fault. We encouraged Ukraine to do really cool things to unilaterally disarm. And the Russians have been nothing similar. Now, the Russians did agree to neutrality in Ukraine, but the Russian argument is that because 2008 Bush started appropriating the American
with the mom.
Hey, Hedge Reaper, how you doing, babe?
You know,
I'm gonna up which fuck did you?